smoke!
Well, matches is still the first stage, as we're going to figure out who's going to be actually going in through the play-ins and into the main event here, the Swiss stage. There's going to be 4 spots available, and yesterday we had a couple of teams start their journeys, right? Group A and B started off, and today we're going to be continuing with a little bit of that action as well. We're going to be looking at a couple of elimination matches and then winners matches, so we're going to conclude these teams' journeys for now. And then tomorrow, the day after, Group C, Group D. But today, all that matters is what we have on the screen right now, and that is this. Starting off, X-Saber versus Dynamo Eclot, followed up by Eternal 5 versus NIP Impact. Then Sinners Senza, and at the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken, that is 33 versus Metera. So, as shows, that's the schedule for the day. Start times approximate-ish, right? If the game runs a little bit long, then we'll have to delay the one after and all that as such. But nonetheless, this is what the schedule looks like, and for now we can focus a little bit more in on X-Saber and Eclot as well, because this is going to be an interesting one. I've seen a little bit of X-Saber. It were fairly okay, not a full standout team, but enough to pique my interest at least in many regards. So I'm wanting to see what they can do in the long run as well there. If they're set a lot more to give that we haven't seen just yet. Most likely, right, it takes a little bit of time for every single team to adapt to any specific level of Counter-Strike, right? These guys still fairly new as well to this level of Counter-Strike, so I do imagine, giving them a couple of months, they'll be a whole lot better. It's not like we haven't had these teams already make these big runs and climbs in name value notoriety as well, so I want to see if these guys maybe could be one of those. Who knows, right? Who knows? But for X-Saber, I feel like that's, for now, enough, right? The team, there's no specific standout in terms of stats, right? So far, things have not been all peachy, so it could be a day-by-day sort of thing. We'll have to focus on this team. And instead, let's take a look at Eclot. I guess they've made a couple of changes now as well in recent times, right? In the last 10 days, I believe, or so. Maybe even 9, I think. Yeah, 9. Having changed a couple of their players. So, Eclot. Right. Like I said, overall, they've been around for a pretty long time. You've got Nubik, Dizor, 4Z, together for a year and 7 months. That's since ROSY joined, then DuoTo and Nubig as well. They've been there for over 3 years, nearly 4 for Nubig. It's been a lot. It's been a long time for them as well. They've made some real big changes recently. They've tried to see what works the best. What sort of changes can they make in terms of players. So that is one thing that they're just trying to see. And one thing after another, a couple of different players they've tested, tried. It eventually did lead A-Clot as well to go international. So that's going to be an interesting choice here, for sure, right? They've picked up Spardaus from Lithuania, a name I haven't heard of before, and then Aaron, Hungarian, been around for quite a while at this point, I imagine. Right, since, yeah, like 2019, I'd heard of him as well in Budapest 5, Salamander and such. It's been a long time. It has been a long time since I've kind of known about him. So that's going to be an interesting one as well, for sure. So here, get to see the whole roster as well now, all their faces here. So, it's an interesting one. It is for sure interesting. Having to go into an international lineup in situations like this as well. Having to change things up a lot. So, I want to see what they do. What they can get things, or how they can balance things out. Because they do have a lot of talent, right? ROSY has been very damn consistent, I think, in my eyes as well. DuoTo has, not to say fallen off a little bit, but fallen off a little bit, I think. He's the sort of X-Factor play that I've grown to kind of notice or known on this team as well, where he has fantastic highs, but hasn't really been able to showcase that as much this year. Like, it's been a slow decline, so maybe you can say fallen off a little bit, but it absolutely still in my eyes kind of like an X-Factor. So I want to see what things will look like now as well, with the fresh faces and new roster almost, or new, well, yeah, new roster. So I want to see how they do adapt to it, what this new iteration of A-Clot will be, and to do that as well, we also got to know what maps we're going to be playing. That's going to affect things quite a bit here. So, Devito, heading into it, we're going to be getting rid of Train and Nuke. Not sure if that's really a surprise. A slight surprise maybe for the side of A-Clot, considering, right, maybe not. Train has been one of the weakest maps they've played, same with Nuke, but that, in this case, goes against the map pool of Xaber as well. They don't really play it. They've not played it since they've started playing here as well, so get rid of that. A-Clot, they were able to float Train a little bit, or float that Nuke bat a little bit as well, not having to worry about it themselves. First pick into an overpass. Wonderful. Starting off the day with a brand new map in the pool. I'm loving it. And then followed up with a little bit of Ancient as well, which is somewhat worrying. It is the most played map for A-Clot. They've got a pretty damn good track record on it. They've got like 19 wins out of 30 games they've played. So, it's not a safe bet by any means when it comes to X-Saber here as well. That coming to it is going to be something that we'll have to keep in mind. Headed from map 1 to 2. We'll have to see how that first map ends, of course. But there is a world where things don't go as planned for X-Saber. I still don't know how to say that, but it is what it is. Right, when map 1 ends, when Overpass does come to an end, we'll have to see how well Saber have kind of looked throughout it. Then again, reintroducing an old map to the pool, maybe things are okay. Not everyone's going to be forgetting how to play it and all that, but it's going to be, in my eyes, a little bit of worry either way for that second map. If we get to Mirage, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But for now, A-Clot, they're in a pretty damn good position. They've got 2 maps they favor, and Mirage, which neither team is all too great on, but we'll have to see if we get to it. So, for now, before we head into the game, we do have a small break apparently ahead of us, so don't go too far. We will be right back. When we're ready with the overpass, we'll head right to it, so don't go too far. We'll be right back. Alright, welcome back. We are now ready to begin to this journey. Our day starts on Overpass X Saber versus Dynamo Aircloth here. At T-side is where we're going to be starting things off for Dynamo Aircloth. They're the ones who chose the map as well. You can see in the top left of your screens at all times, map and who picked it. And right there as well, in the middle, it says Ancient coming up next. So, let's get to it. Been a while. It has been quite the while since Overpass has recent or last been here, so... One. Always loved the map. Unjustly cut. But, oh well. This is... this is an old classic as well. I feel like anybody who's ever played this map should be fairly familiar with this strat. Pull a snake, ring around the ROSY, around the world, whatever you might. It still leads you eventually toward the B side. Here, towards A and Connector, you've got 1 and 2 kills coming up for Dynamo Aircloth for the price of 1 Aaron. Next Saber as well. More than ready for this. Fast rotations are going to be there. 1 smoked out and sees you, but NATO won't be affected by this. And the Craigie found the opening. Now needing assistance as well is going to be coming in from heaven, from hell. And that's 1. That's 2. Suddenly, down to 2. Just the 2 on both sides. Good damage, but 1 remains. Both players at least in headshot range when it comes to Forsey and his Glock. He's not believing in this just yet. Waiting a second and 2. Now it's too late. 10 second. Stick to the fuse, and that is the round done. Forsey, you might pick the kills. The round itself goes to the CT side here. Very simple. An old classic from Overpass recycled here for this pistol round, and I am loving it already. So, let's continue. MP9's wait. They have gone over the full spy as expected, really, on that T side and up toward the B side. Through short we go. Finding openings for Aaron's Mac 10. If nothing else, there's already money been farmed and made. Bit more dealt. HE will eventually finish the job onto Aaron. But looking at a retake here. Quick rotation for Hornix. They will check for it, and Forsey quickly snaps him. Snaps him, sprays and bursts away. And with 1 more to go, that's going to be shoulders around as well, decided just with these few kills alone. Entrances on the retake denied, and that is a round that has to be forfeited over. Tripex at least will be able to save here, but that is that. Of course, as well, to those perhaps wondering as well, we do have a bit of a change for the day. Fake Reality is not playing, so that we do have Tripex in his stead. Perhaps to anyone wondering, but that is something we'll have to keep in mind as we move forward to keep going with this game. So, CT side of X-Saber, right back to it. Force by comes out. Good old flashbang right above the fence. Fight to mid. Flashbang has been heard. T side are going to be reacting to it. They'll wait, flash of their own, and take a fight or 2. There goes 1. Supported flashbangs do come around, but Spartow's down. Well, more and more pain gets delivered here. Suddenly, this round is now looking like a 4-star, but a very good winning position for that CT side of this Tripex to confirm it as well. Walked up long at it is time, and will find another round for X-Saber. Right back to it. Right back to it. A little bit of force by shenanigans toward the start of the game, but I'm very much loving this. I've missed Overpass. Only position in connector as well secured for Aaron. Nobody else here lets his teammates work up it a bit easier. Well, Mr. timing on Nater for the moment. Watch for the jump spot. And he's dead. Unfortunate. But now having lost his life, Dynamo Eclod, we've got to be a bit more cautious. I'm surprised they've still been this slow. Despite having that connected control, they've opted to wait until he's now dead to officially start making their way up, which, well, does leave a little bit of empty space here to worry about. Opening contact. Up the trash can, Hornix will find himself one, not the second, not as easy. But we are making this an A play. The defense needs to stand here at least for the first and second, but having all three here, you're looking for one clean sweep. And that's one, that's two. Make it all three, not yet. Detour will take one with him. Well, the defense stands as expected here. Putting an end to the force buys here. Back-to-back rounds, what, 2 kills in the round itself. Not really a whole lot for Dynamo Eclod to justify another force buy, so now we're going to the normal game. A precision HE from Hornix would do very well, but doesn't have the information. Nonetheless, it does seem like X-Saber are actually going to be pressuring connector, and this is an unnecessary amount of pressure to be put here, but Nater still takes 3. Better than I thought, and that nade should have finished it, maybe not. 4 HP remains, and it's just a waiting game in which Detour will take one more. A sharp shot, again, 2 casualties. Essentially a ±0 on the CT reinvestment and all that, but it's not a terrible round for Dynamo Eclod either. We are seeing the AWP out this time as well for Hornix. Getting it out quite early, quite late, depends on your own thoughts on that matter. Early smoke as well, seeing it. Thought that essentially when CS2 came out, we started seeing that smoke more and more, because it does block all of that little mid divot. And Sparred out this time, he'll take down 2. A long push, quickly quelled and shot it down. Hornix is going to be the third man there, waiting for any sort of re-aggression on long now. His AWP left alone on A, while the CT side of B make a play to get rid of Nubik. Some noise made, and he'll have a swing of his own. That should have given information. That's both there. I imagine Deathcam at least did show that second, and might not be correct in that regard, but they will search for him either way. Same as Nater looked for where Detour might have gone. Excuse me, Aaron might have gone, but small difference in this regard. Because Dynamo Eclod, they'll take her out of a 2 here. Something for the op as well. Seems like a surefire thing that Hornix should be dead here. Actually, maybe not. We're seeing Forsey so far back. It does feel like there was a chance to live, but that gets taken out of his hands. In the end, either way. Nicely done. It's a round where it's just patient for Dynamo Eclod, and that's the sort of thing you do have to just kind of do. You can't play this map too aggressive at all times. You'll have to wait. CT side are more than likely to go aggressive as well, so Ready for map control, you can shut them down and have a very easy advantage. In some cases, that being a prime example. Peter again, same smoke down. Gives a bit of cover from connector to his teammate. That is a Molotov miss, but of course he's still seeing through the smoke. Just about barely. Nubik as well with another entry been found. That's 1 and 2. Yet again for the T side to work with. If I'm not mistaken as well, that was the boost that he did take down, so... A lot of early aggression for Exabra, shot down yet again, back-to-back rounds. It'll just keep them on their toes moving forward here, but... Watching them as well, it is giving it one hell of a confidence boost, essentially, into these gun rounds. Now it's just patient waiting for Nubik. Gonna make the lurk here. All 3 CTs on the B side, and being as this is the case, I don't see a retake here. Not with the money remaining on XR, but this is just going to be as easy as it can be. Respect to the nade. Effort is okay, but not landing. You do have your HEs and Molotovs, or AGs and Molotovs, yeah, that you can throw from the B side onto default. Onto Optimus and the truck as well, so... You do have those available, if you don't know. Most likely you have to throw them from the top of default, or next to it at least. You want them to land, so it's going to be fun as well to see if we do get to see those. Because it's very hard to actually use those Molotovs. Or those utility pieces, but I feel like that's just getting my hopes up for no reason here, perhaps. But either way, we move on. 3 plays saved on the CT side. A little bit of loss mode on top. They should afford a okay enough of a buy. Not perfect, but it'll do. Utility for the fast B. Fast B take it least. Caesar again. This has got to be his domain, it seems. Sometimes supported by a teammate, sometimes not. The Mac-10 has a bit of a risk calculate here. He has fallen back. But when these utilities do start to fade is when he'll make his play. Alongside his teammates, I thought was going to be the case, but maybe not. Spotted out in the meantime as well. He's got himself an opening. Crikey, they should have an idea. There is a second amount on the short and now taken care of. Trivix on site all alone. He's cowering in water, waiting for some of these teams to walk into his crosshair with his teammate that look to take him down. That's 1 and 2. Tied third, perhaps. And this soft shot for 4Z. Low on HP, though, is Trepix now taken care of. But it has given it the perfect opportunity for Hornix here. Just 1 bullet. Pick of the flames if it comes to it, but an M4 bullet to the body is what takes down Spotted House. Next time, but they are going to be fighting back here. An overstep from Detour and Connector. A little bit too early. His teammates, well, sure, traded out and make their way toward the site, but that came down to the then defense of Tripix. Not just 1 but 2 down in water is a fantastic result for him. Fast A. Right through mid. Aaron with an opening. And it's immediately putting down Exabra yet again. Down both A defenders. This is already becoming a slight issue. Can't afford to give the map control for free, so you gotta fight for it in some way or another, and it comes to it so far. Iclots have been getting the better of them. Critics awaits. Flash around to the corner. And a perfect entry yet again. Ready for the trickery here. There goes the utility. Gotta make sure you get it right. There you go. But in the current situation as well, they have a Nubik on B. Waiting. Could have maybe thought about this one, but crikey. 1 and 2 with Niter suddenly with him. This is causing issues because Detail's not ready. Assumed they were going to be on site and waiting for them, but no, that's not the case. They get to work with 15 seconds, and that's an issue. Now it's down to 10 already, and Nubik just has to walk away. Hope he gets to save this one, but hold on, that maybe gets him a chance. Maybe not. Doesn't have the time to run a crikey down. And after time is when Nubik will go down as well. Money stays at the very bottom of that barrel, $450. That is not a great position to be in, but it does force their hand here. Now, that's a bit of a worry. In the previous round, right, and the one before that as well, you had the double from Tripex and Water, where the trading and the spacing on Dynamo Eclot wasn't that great. Here, it's the fact that they have Nubik down towards B, and nobody thinking about maybe they've walked up connector, or they could be flanking us on long. They just had no thoughts about it, which, not too happy about. This, not a fan of it. You have 2 there, 1 disengaging. They could go in and slow and steady. It's at least worked out for kills, yes, but the round itself does come to an end here. It's disjointed. For force play as well, that usually feels like you just have to commit to it if you do something. A little bit, a little iffy, perhaps. Couple for Nietzsche. But the pistols, with an A play like this, already prove difficult. Problems, you got the bomb in the back line, there's nobody there to support that crossover. But could be the perfect chance as well for, I believe that's Tripix. Stop that plant if they don't get there quick enough, but bomb makes his way safely. Ito will be put under fire here. The flames as well, they'll trap him. And not take care of him. And that's 1 and 2. That is a round where you should not have one. Just walk up, eh? Sure, why not? Alright, let's go. What could it be? 7-5-8-4 here, and I feel like it maybe should have been a 6-6 at this point already, or at least the opportunity for it. If not, Iclot leading. Just like how these gun rounds have gone, right? The early parts of it especially. Having those constant openings to work with, but can't take away the fact that X7 have persevered in these situations either way. From a disadvantage or two, they've clawed their way back every so often and made themselves a lead here. And in this case as well, what are the best options and situations they've had? They're not down a man, they're down 2, but so is Dynamo Eclot. No advantage to be seen. Horex Alarm bells, do they ring? No, they don't. The smoke is where Smarthouse will go and find himself the opening on A. So far ahead of his team, that he will have to wait to be a bit more cautious about as they hear the noise below as well. Crikey, fake that rotation. It's not going to deter. Deciding their own approach. Jackass, they're still thinking, is this a fake? Is it not? What's the plan here? Why is it just one? It's because they're so late on long. Eventually gets fed to the detour with the bomb and to put it down as well. They'll have ideas where Crikey is going to be coming in from. Made noise in hell, but he's been so slow about this. Didn't actually commit to that rotation, so Detour is, or excuse me, FORZY is pulled back. Just the two on side surely makes the job a lot easier. But the timing is what matters the most. Nobody's called it out, didn't spot him. But for the T side, they know where he's at. Team effort to get rid of the last man as well. Be around. And a fairly good half as well from both teams. We get to see a lot of what Overpass really is. Which is CT side of challenging for map control, T side of saying, nah, no thank you. You get an entry or two, but even so, if you have those entries, like we saw I think 3 times to one of the A side, maybe 4, it wasn't the sort of situation where you could allow for that rush in every situation. Because those fast rotations come into play for the CT side, or fairly fast rotations come into play, they can't always just rush it down. You have to be worried about those rotations. Connector is going to be a big part as well. We saw Detour there for a lot of the half as well. Especially when the early parts were very successful. But a small shift in the game as well, and it did lead him still to a 7-5 CT half. Overall, in terms of an overpass, I feel like that's fairly basic, pretty norm. Slightly CT-sided. But let's see. To continue from this point forwards, Dynamo Eklot in their CT side, what is it going to look like? And to that same regard as well, Exabre. That's his side. Because I just want to see if we have more of this aggressive style, maybe. Of a full set plays coming in, full commitments to one plan or another. Who knows? I just want to get a good read for what these teams want to get done here. Already though, pistol. It's fast-paced. Crikey leads the charge up from connector to join him from the top. And in a similar way, as for Dynamo Eklot, it's a very fast-paced play, but you can say this is in reverse instead. Up connector towards A, but no contact found anywhere until they've spotted one on the side, and that is a very quick tap for Aaron, apparently. Pushed them all back onto B. Didn't get to see it there, but we did actually have, I believe that is that FORZY on the site? I think so. Yeah, dual Berettas on short. He did actually clear Monster. Now they're trying to make their way past him. There's that contact. They know one's on short. Waiting outside of connector. So taking him down as well. There's going to be one about to chase him down. It's going to be Trifix. Keep an eye on him. As, however, for the site, it is well defended and guarded by these pistols. The CT side of Dynamo Eklot do not want to let this one go. It is one against the world. And the world is got hand. Not all according to plan there, but still good enough. Good enough for the CT side as well there. And the timing of FORZY's initial push as well, the bonus that we don't get to see, like I said. Was there, tried it. Didn't work out, but came back for round or two before it was too late. Here he's farming with the MP9 and HE as well. From the spot out. He's made this quite the easy one. of course, full eco. Not expecting a whole lot, but not even a single kill. Last Dynamo Eclot built up a lot of money early on as well, especially considering who got those kills, forcing ahead of 3. Drops his MP9 and says, I'm gonna go with the AWP. The big boy weapon's coming out immediately, and he's got a good spawn on top of it as well. And seemingly, he's ready for the challenge. First one. Coming in from Tripix on a short, has walked his way through. Nater no longer able to assist with the smoke in his way. That has to be something to look cautious about for now. What is happening? Hodix as well, he's just walked out of Monster. Yeah, I know I said I wanted aggressive, and I guess this is it. But as one by one of these plays get made, that is the problem here. If you can't capitalize off an entry like that immediately, I feel like you just have to push back, or at least try to sail it a bit more. Immediately getting traded does you very little good here. Especially when you consider the positions the CT side did have under their control. Mainly being connector, but no more. I guess dealt with by Jackass and around. Does it come to a screeching halt in the end? So, still, did some good here. Going to playgrounds as well. Wanting the fight here, but great utility coming out. A flash that was missed still, I believe, did go in. Didn't blind anybody on the CT side, but there's 1 and 2 trades back and forth yet again. Giving up these early fights here. Where's this next one? Connector still being controlled by Nubik and his M4 as well. But very cautious about anybody in mid. Connector almost seems like a foregone conclusion at the moment as well. So if Nubik just peeks his head up, I think he just has. You can see as well, he decided they're going to make that rotation. Nobody in mid, they're just going to gamble on this fact alone. Maybe they could have gone long, but more than happy to make this play and a call to set themselves up on the defense. A very difficult play. Crack open, especially considering they've only got 1 molly and flashbang they can effectively use in this situation, but they've got some tricks up their sleeves. However, that does affect things a lot now. Connector, Nubik found. There's a trade on the side, making it 1 and 2. Suddenly, it's a trade that has been or has to be forced out. Molly, fight or flight. One chooses to back away. Jackass to chase the man on sight as well, and he'll take them all down. One step after another, and an enemy revealed in each one. Game doesn't disappoint. Nine on X Sabre. This is looking good. Heading into this one as well, I was expecting Dynamo Eclot to be a bit more prepared perhaps, but when it comes to winning these rounds, X Sabre still are. Right, even if I feel like the first half as well, with how it started, how those advantages kept going for Dynamo Eclot in so many situations, they just weren't in the positions to always capitalize fully. We saw plenty of those situations where you have one man walking out alone towards one position and the next one complete opposite side of the map. Not like we haven't seen that from Xavier just yet, right? We had it the round where Hordex walks out a monster. You know, Nubik holding connector and all that, but It's still something that plays into it either way. And as much as I say I feel like it should have gone that way, it has gone differently. Can't take that away from Exotica. They're playing a pretty damn good game. And Dynamo, they've got some flaws. I think that's the biggest part of it. Now it comes down to closing out the game here. Exotica, you win this round, you're going to be leaving the CT side with very little in terms of reserve money. Any saves pending, of course. Utility in, but no commitment out of the T side just yet. Just see if they can bait out more, it seems. I do imagine they did see one of the jump as well there. Now it comes to the portion of the round where somebody decided to figure out, do you want to actually commit to this or not? A Jackass kind of flashed himself in the mid, or at least sold that somebody was trying to make a play in the mid. There's that follow-up utility as well. They've got a decent idea here, making it a couple of, or adding a couple of layers to it. Oh. God damn, that's a hell of an opening, I'll say. And now it becomes an open playground for ex-Sabre. One to the side, you've got two in the monster, and just one remains. Nubik. Unsure which way the follow-up was gonna go. Turned away, that's his dead. Or him dead suddenly. And of course he's going for style points, but will have to forfeit this one. God damn, Mac 10 up against Kevlar, no head, no helmet. That's how the round really comes down. Or goes down. Jumping as well on top just adds insult to injury. But fair play, Sabre. They'll take another one here. That opening kill as well, they found that onto Jackass, I believe, was that spraying that connector. The spraying connector. Right, he goes down. That suddenly takes away the whole crossfire on the side. You saw how easy it was to walk in. A small mistake on the CT side. I'm not taking out Jackass, but Jackass find the kill. There we go. Just correcting myself a little bit. But either way, right? It doesn't matter. The semantics. Jackass was involved in a fighting connector. Took down a defender on the CT side. It didn't have a whole lot to say afterward. Going aggressive, but shot down. The P250 awaits them. Suddenly comes to play in a game of keep away. Gotta stop that CT side, or T side, excuse me, from getting way too in your face. Who's number one? Nothing. Even if they change that up, I don't think it'll give them a single thing here. Maybe. Close. A second long grenade, it could have been a dead man. Does that matter to live on? Out toward the A side. Here's where the play comes through. Fantastic opening. Let's somebody know they have to rethink their own approach as well here. Do they have a flash? A smoke perhaps to deal with him? Doesn't matter. Force is taking on a different angle. Now he'll find Nature as well with the spotted owls in the toilet as well. Another one goes down. And this is reliant on a single aim duel in which the shoulder spotted. ROSY reigns supreme on the site. 18 kills in. And he's hunting for number 19. Rubik's maintains at least the AWP. But that is a hell of a round. One man's heroics keep them at a very, very far distance there. Nicely done. Back to one of the A's, I would just don't know enough of it. That's caused things to be a little bit iffy, perhaps. Nonetheless, we continue. We're still keeping Exabre away from 12, and that's all Dynamo Eclod want. We also, as well, started to see the economy buffering out on that T side. They started to lose a fair bit of it. Something we'll have to worry about in a second or two, perhaps, but keep an eye on it for now. Also a bit of a poor mid-smoke. That's why. Nice angle spot, as he managed to find it for himself as well there. The advantage. Maintain it and even extended there with the CT side. Made the correct call as well, seemingly. Although, I'm lying. Jackassed all the way back at spawn. This is going to be a save for Exabre. And what are the few ones we've seen? But they want to have a little bit of money at least for that next round. We're seeing as Hordex is enough for the AWP. Tripix maybe has enough for an AK. That loss, but I'm actually not all too sure. I imagine so, at least. And apparently just about. Wow, okay. Michael's still hanging in there. Still hanging in there. That round as well is just 2 kills, but with kind of like we saw as well in that first half, and I mentioned before as well, even if you have one man in a position, gets an opening or something, if the rest aren't there to capitalize on it, or if you're selling a fake, able to capitalize off it on the other side of the map somewhere else, you just don't really make much of it. Here we kind of see where that just doesn't happen. You have the loss of life in mid, that just is a great little spot for the CT side. Second on B, you just don't have any position to work with. They weren't fully committing to mid, they were only exploring it with 2 initially. So, while I say Dynamo Eclod do have a couple of mistakes in terms of their own spacing and map awareness, if you want to call it that. Not like it's not without a mistake on the other side as well. Exabre as well, they are giving them opportunities. But this is more like it. A classic. Straight up play to B. Forzy, he's the first one to find. Double and a triple. Bob goes big. Goes home and now as well, sending down a couple more. And Crikey left alone. He didn't have a shooter reveal and alert Crikey to the last match position. Spotters will just wait for this. Doesn't want to let him get up. If the moment to be planted and then think about this. Here's this happen now just once. Crikey. He's got different plans. Escape to short. Maybe even make his way toward A. He's got the time for it. He had the free sight on B. He knew that much. But overthinking this a little bit as well now. But sounds what we heard. Smart House doesn't want to reveal himself. Hold shift. Perhaps make Crikey overthink this. Out of that, there's the reveal. Stuck on long. Somebody's got to initiate, and it most likely has to be Crikey as well. Getting 12, that is Exabre. On map point. And in case you did forget, this is Dynamo Eclod's map pick. The story was now supposed to go this way, however, here we are. So, pass along, and toward the A site we go. It's been quite the game so far, where we have seen mistakes, space given, early trades, early duels. Now, if it comes down to the man who's been doing it all for his team, but a bit short, but it matters the most. Not sure if it's even short or not, but nonetheless, it's led to the loss of the A site. Sparthouse make that rotation, but Nature's watching for it. And with Crikey there to support, this round is almost in the bag. It's only Nubik who can do anything about it, and currently he is being encircled and trapped here on the side, and one in the back. That is going to be half the map at the opening to the day. Going Salvador's way. What a game. What a map, at least. First time we get to see Overpass back the pool, and it is pretty damn good, right? Like I said, it's not perfect. Neither team has played the absolute cleanest game of all time, but we're kind of seeing what Overpass still is. The identity hasn't really changed all too much, but some people I feel like are going to be a little bit rusty. Absolutely. But either way, I'm liking it. It looks great. And with that as well. Now, I said, before we headed into this game, that this felt like it was going to be essentially a test to a degree, because I felt like this couldn't just go on Aglo's way. I kind of wanted to trust in the map pick here. But if now the video doesn't go as I intended here, or at least as I thought, where we end up giving a map one away to Sabre, map number 2, Eclod, it's their most played map here. So, in my eyes, this was a very potential 2-0 here for Eclod in that regard alone, where Overpass, as well as, you know, of course, most teams have it practicing it properly, would have gone their way. It doesn't, but this is a risky pick here on Ancient, and that's the problem here I have in terms of Exabade are going into a very strong map over their opponents. Statistically, the best map they have, and it's one where Exabade are just not really great. They've currently got like a 5 losing streak on it. The games haven't even been that close, except for like the last one, and not against even teams that have been all too strong, like Rollercoaster, AAV, Heroic Academy, Moriyama. Like, these teams aren't the strongest in any case. So I'm really worried to a degree here, but we'll have to see what they've got up their sleeves, because surely they've got something planned. If not, we are headed to Mirage, but we'll see. Exabade, their map pick, and Ancient coming up in a bit, so don't go too far. We'll see you then. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now headed over towards Ancient. We just overpassed, and it ended in Dynamo Eklot's loss there. Their map pick, their loss. Sabre instead, now with their map pick. I'm gonna try to pick this one right back up as well. Continue from where they left off, essentially. We'll see how it, however, goes, because I'm interested, for sure, as to how this one might play out. So, into it. On the B side, DuoToPlay waits. Its early wave utility has just left the T side with nothing. One molly, two smokes. And they have managed to get themselves just the rotations. And now, one man down. A trade attempt, yes, but no kill coming from it. A race toward the A side with the CT side already are going to be here and ready to fight for this one. The one does get stopped. No, not put down. And Sabre in a lot of trouble here. This is not a round they should be winning it anymore. So much utility wasted on the B side and not even committing to it. That's an issue. That is a massive issue. But either way, first pistol, the way of Dynamo Eklot. Do not let the hard fully will swap that over as soon as we can, but for now, this Dynamo Eklot up against the pistols. No real force by Horix, has spotted up armor, which is absolutely an interesting choice, but by no means the right one. All alone. What are the A side? He'll get damage done. That's it. Not really a great situation for Dynamo Eklot here. Sabre. Now I'm getting confused. Wait. There goes another one. And... oh. Okay. Apparently not done yet. There you go. No bomb plant either. This one... surely is done. I think they have heard him. Crikey. A couple of seconds away from death. And there you go. This one done and dust that are now left in the past already. 2-0. That is Dynamo Eklot in the lead. A site not that amazing at the moment when it comes to the T side. A lot of trouble. Fake the bomb plan to try to force the CTs into the fights, but in terms of actually finding success, limited to only after the round is almost just dealt with. Locked in here with the CT side, and it's got to be Aaron as well to seal the deal. This one in the bag. Easy enough, I suppose. 3-0 for Dynamo Eklot at the CT side started off as it kind of should here. Apparently, some problems when it comes to Hodix here, so we'll try to get that sorted as quickly as we can. Hopefully nothing too major, but it is what it is, either way. For now, we'll just have to wait this out. So, get ready for the next round, so to say. Either way, this is a great start for Dynamo Eclot. Absolutely, 100%. In terms of getting something here, I don't think it could be any better. Does seem as if we are going to be going to a bit of a break here, so we'll come back when we do have a bit more, or when we have the issue resolved, let's put it that way. So, hopefully nothing too major, but we'll be back in a bit. Alright, issues were resolved fairly quickly as soon as we headed into the break. You know, it's a basic thing. Not that crazy, you know, feel like we're getting used to it either way. But here we go. With this one, very quickly shut down, as has been the rest. This time, even more simple than the previous one. Alright, last round we had one casualty, but it came to Dynamo Eclot now, which is a completely clean one as well. That's easy. So that is 4-0 to start things off here. So gotta continue. Move on. Get another one in the bag. But here comes the weapons yet again out for X-Hub, and that's where they're gonna try to do the damage. This is their map pick. Now, I was worried about this one for a reason. It feels like it's just not the one that they're supposed to be winning in this series. The strongest map for Dynamo Eclot. They picked into it. And no, you'd gotta have something special here to justify this. But so far, have we had it? I don't think so. I'm worried. Seeing as these rounds are going it does not seem all that. And here as well. There you go. There we go, though. An opening found fairly quickly. They made their way through mid. One weapon had been picked up as well here, made their job a bit easier, but not anymore. Split up here on their approach toward the side. Drained, however, from nature. Finding a small gap. Got it right back and down to the dirt. This is somehow working out here for XRP. And, yeah, workout has it. Ever. God damn. I don't know if I should be that surprised. Sometimes these are the rounds that just will work when nothing else does. That is it, simply put, that. So, that again done, we move on, continue with our next one. Let's see if, for example, I do now have these streaks up. Like, you gotta, at this point, get a couple more rounds to the board. Even if it's a CT side of the map and all that, you are in need of a couple of more rounds, absolutely, here. So, that's what I'm looking at. Right, 4 or 5 rounds, that's where things will be the best, so to say. And now ROSY, putting one more as well, but Craigie and Knight here, both apparently striking for 1 each. It's coming down to defense here, ROSY cannot be caught off guard. You know, Spartans on the other side of the map, he shut down the A plane, that means the commitment has to go towards ROSY and nothing else. Smoke, a bit more noise, that'll confirm, but if you're still careful of red room, he'll leave it down to his teammate now. Take itself. Perfect jackass, they wait. Utility is decent. Shots pretty damn good. One at the side, but this is not an easy situation to get through, right? Jackass in the back corner is the Jack in this one, and has this one up his sleeve. Maybe not. But shots, 3-6. Swinging through for both 1 and 2 there. Jackass plays almost no part apart from getting information. And so this one, not enough that we move on. Second one for example, like I said, they needed to get this round, and they absolutely do. Early loss of Hordex here. Perhaps a bit of an issue. I say perhaps, definitely an issue. What do you do here? CT side. Just one to find. Initial plays haven't worked out. Round itself is still in play here with Crikey. Bomb is back. Chance to walk in toward the B side. Get that bomb down. Seeing as where currently Aaron is hiding as well, it does make quite a bit of a gap in the defense. Let Crikey set up for this post one, but as he's searching for this, he'll spot nobody here. This is giving him as well plenty of information to work with. But as that time is ticking down, you gotta make sure, or Aaron's gotta make sure something is gonna be done about the actual site itself. Making its way back. Molotov. Can I go too deep? A tick heard, but apparently not registered until a couple more steps made. And ammunition's running low on both. It's a messy duel. Close your eyes for that one. It's not a great one there, but it doesn't matter. Round here is done. Currently a slightly shorter this time in terms of the break here, so I'm gonna try to get some of this one as they do come up, but there's nothing we can do. Anyway, so far, game's going a little bit back and forth. We're seeing just enough, maybe, about somebody to still have, in what is my eyes, some hope. I'm a bit worried, of course, of a T-side that hasn't started just yet in the way I feel like it should have, but then again, I don't want to repeat myself too much. I've had worries. So far, we've had those worries just kind of shown here as well, because it is a good map for Dynamo, right? Even if this is a map that maybe they haven't put as much practice into since adding Spardaus and Aaron to the roster and going to international here, it's one that is very hard to, even so, in that situation, in a way, mess up. So, I just want to kind of know why, like, somebody picked into this map. Because to me, it just makes very little sense. Especially when they had other maps they could have that pivoted into. That are not as great, right? You have Inferno, probably not. That's, again, a better map when it comes to Eklo. But Dust 2 is that sort of middle ground, maybe, but the only reason I see Eklo or somebody picking into this one is just because they've got a bit more games on this one. This is their most played map, but the success hasn't been there. Recent times specifically, but speaking of the present, that is a quick gift been given by Crikey 1 and 2. The entries are there. A site still contested. Now you hold them at bay. This is the sort of round we've been waiting to see here as well from them. And it seems like we finally might get that. One more toward the end. A little bit of damage. If nothing else, this is going to be somebody's money kept somewhat low. Of course not amazing. In any case, but there you go. Some success. That's what they need. Get control taken early on as well now. The ramp and anything nearby belongs to Exorbitant for the moment. Not even mid-challenge when it comes to the demo. Well, they're playing in a passive state at the moment. Great nades, good damage. Adding on top, Aaron's now to 25. He's not seen anybody. What is this, Inferno? No, it's not. But he has to be careful from it, or from now on either way. I'm not sure if I've found this, however. They've pulled their B defenders back. They've gone for the mid-crunch here, trying to get behind Salvador while they're still setting up the play. So they got to be a step behind. Aaron alone, 4Z does come back to support, but 3 players making their way up the shelf and into these fights. While the site gets taken over, the defense needs to stand. Great Molotov, that does delay the bomb plan for a couple of more seconds. But at least, well, the opening delivered. That's from 4Z's M4. Spray the smoke. Oh, they've completely actually just called it quits on their push from shelf. There's just one there. Team now dead. Detour should not have been the man to initiate those fights, but even so, he was the one to get that first contact. Now it's coming out to a clutch. Nubik up against 3. Now make it 2. Both players low on HP. His job easy. Already as well. Assuming where Tripix is going to be, should have this one into the bag. There's one more to go. 19 HP on Nater. But he's calling it quits here. No kit to pick up, apparently. Does not want to risk it here in this situation. Just walk away. Save at least whatever you can. There we go. Onyx. Opening a little later. I don't know what he's doing. That is... No. Something I deny completely. That is not a play you want to make there. So to say a bit of a fumble of the bag, they absolutely. Detour with the PV-50. This is all him. And... he's not him. So, there we go. Round into the bag, Exabre. Not a great start, right down to 5-0, 5-1, whatever we might admit of. I already forgot here, my brain's now working, but from the initial start, a great turnaround and a seemingly pretty damn good half they've pulled off as well. Should Michael have let this one go a little bit from what looked very dominating. Started off with a pistol win toward the A side. Ran mid, into A, the pistols, that was the plan. And that's what started this one off. The streak around Salvador now managed to pick up here. Interrupted by one in between for A-Clot, but now to close out the half as well, they're down to Madden, making their way toward the B side with very little control to exert. It's not working out here. Not by a long shot. One by one, they all go to their deaths. It's got to be 7-5 here at halftime. Same as our first map as well. That was Salvador leading then. So, second half. Let's get started then, shall we? Full to the usual on a 40 and a play toward the B side. Okay, we've got the CT side waiting. 2 dual Berettas, 4 players. 3 on the other side. I did lie a little bit, but oh well. How do you get away from this? The question spotted out. It's been pretty damn decent when it comes to entries onto that first map. Not good enough here, and neither are his teammates, apparently. Nubik, even the last map to be disposed of in Cave, and Forzy. One smoke is all he managed to throw in. Now, one of us is 4 to make it 3. One spotted in mid. Suddenly a whole lot easier. Molotov as well. He's got the whole shebang of utility. Fake him out, make him think he's already got that bomb, and a little bit of noise made. Playing it very smart here. I am loving this idea he's got. And now does the bomb get picked up and in to the B side he'll go. Bomb plant essentially secure at this point. As it has not been planted yet, I am also liking this read as well from Salvador. They are moving together here. Try and find this last man. And Forzy waited a little too long. Overcooked it. But picking up 6. Nothing but the pistols on the other side here, but Break is alone here. That is a bit of an issue. Wow, that's why. That is... Oh my god damn. Making their way in. Knocking open the defense. Trippick's away to the lead in the spawn. He's got that going for him. Damn, a sharp shot as well. on site. The next one, he's just one by one taking these duels and being given to them. Ubik, our final man, a flash goes over, doesn't affect him. Tap that bomb plant once, fake it, and the push comes through. Pretty damn good, I'll say. Alright, 7-7. Just about barely able to come through with this one. Into mid, it's Detour, eventually. Finds himself the openings as well. Trace it back. It's bloodbath awaiting, and that's what this map can sometimes be. That's what we get here as well. ROSY. 1v2. Another attempt at a clutch here. Chance at a redemption. Bomb plant that is Triplex making his way over. No smoke, no flash, Molotov, anything here to work with on that CT side. It's making the job very difficult. Here's the question as well. ROSY. Jump spot here is quite the normal play to make, but almost planted it pretty open. The Triplex, how quick is that? 20 HP is one bullet to make the difference here. There's gotta be ROSY to take another L. I sort of wanted to see what Examiner really is made of here. And it does seem like we're getting there. Damage again, mid control this time. A bit more easy to take over than previously, so already one part of the equation solved. Flash, dead. ROSY doubles down. Play defense. Initially dealt with. It's just Jackass now that it has to be found out and necked. It's Detour that is looking for him as well here. Taken out on the other side. It's not clean, but it's a kill. Now it's around 1 kill away suddenly for Dynamo Eklot. Sometimes brute force is the answer. And Nubik, he's having a fantastic game, as is pretty much everybody on that team, not named Sparta at the moment, unfortunately. Not got 5 kills for a few rounds, but his team is doing a wonderful job besides that. You know what, je klot. Tie it up here. Back to mid, around up a 2. Faster plays having to work down, so it's time to change up the pace. Which, first man, contact from red. Eventually leads to a couple more trades. The fight in mid, now it does come to a bit of a halt, but there's just more and more of these side players emerging here the entire time, and it's not easy to deal with. Quite a difficult situation here. Aaron left alone. Moment to be picked up here, and a lot of dreams as well. It's just not doable. Time as well. That is where things will come to an end. They'll hunt him down as well, remove him. No survivors. This 9-8 here. Exabre. Yeah, looking like they do want to take this one as a 2-0 here. I was not expecting it by any means, but they are cooking here. For now, he had to get a bit of contested at anymore. They keep going for the other parts around it. Yeah. After this first minute or so that we do decide to see Eklod venture into mid. They've changed up the approach from the early part of it. Can't blame them. Things weren't going as they'd intended, but flashbang is good. They've heard the fallback of 1. Seen them out on site as well. They've got great ideas where they are going to be inspired out. Finally off for 5 kills now. Bomb planted. PT side, I can't really do anything to deny. Feels like it's just waiting for the first kill. Whichever way it goes, we'll see if there's a retake or not. Debating for it. Detour down. Now there might be that retake attempt coming through. Authority. Taps down away to another one there. Suddenly, a couple more remaining. Pushing their way toward the site. Nubik. Fantastic game. That's what I said he's having. And currently having his opponents for breakfast. What a round. What a round. easy. Easy. Hey, stat padding game for Nubik. 10 to be reached as well. That's Dynamo Eclod getting there first. It's about now that we're starting to worry a little bit about Sabra again. Losing control of the game, their economy's bottomed out. And in this round itself, it doesn't seem like there's anything they can do. So, the economy's wiped out at previous. I was not expecting this. MP9s alongside a couple of M4s. I do love me a little bit of MP9. You know, somewhat of a nerf coming in for it as well, but crikey, still using it like it's fairly easy. And trying to push forward. Hope to find a gap. Not the case. That would get rid of Jackass as well. He'll run away. Drop volley of his own. His teammate has found one. We can't overstep now. I have to wait for a little bit. Minute and remaining. Both away from the sites now as well, but with the fact that Nathan is here, it does take away a fair few seconds from the clock and maybe even a kill. Make that a double swing! A bit of a mistake. Walking into the crosshair. And it is Nubik. Pressure suddenly gone here. CT side. Down to just Jackass that he's made his way toward this side of the map at least. Yes, but the bomb is not here. Going down to one last man. Nubik. One hell of a game, like I've said. 26 and 11. 20 seconds here as well. Hold on. He's making the play toward the A side. Jackass, he's about to hear these steps. Down with the side as well. Knife out. You can just go for the stop the bomb plant or at least find an easy kill. Back turn. Nubik's not ready. I don't know how, but MP9s do the trick. And in this round, I feel like it's all crikey. Those first two kills he found, just ridiculous. Nothing short of it.
Qual é, rapaziada? Bom dia. Tô falando baixinho aqui que eu tô trabalhando. Olha, eu tô assistindo o jogo também, o Zap tá vazando aí toda hora, né?
Things are getting, yet again, quite close.
E tive bom dia.
Feels like this map at least is one when you cannot say anything until it's
Valeu.
there, which is crazy. Absolutely ridiculous. Quick timeout, however. Quick technical. Hope all is good. Hope it's all is well and handled here, but not sure. Not sure exactly what the issue is, but it doesn't matter. All we have to do is wait it out here, so There we go. All we have to do is wait it out. All is well and handled, it seems. Now, this feels like the most important round here, almost. Neither team has any money. You lose this one. And things ain't looking good. Especially if that's on the CT side of things, right? T side, maybe you get a bomb plant down, who knows. Things aren't going to be as punishing, but... nobody's going to be happy in this, or losing this one either. Cubic, Aaron, 1 and 2, both found in red room, and suddenly this is looking a whole lot like an open space they can take. Jackass is on the other side. Yes, he's waiting and making a rotation quick toward the A side. This whole part of the map is now completely isolated and left alone. You see where one man currently as well is. And that's making its way through or through the B side of Spardows. Being now seen. There you go. Taking care of as well. He's gonna let them know. Maybe they're making an A play out of this one. If the smoke is well deployed in CT, absolutely should be alarm bells ring. And Jackass is thinking more about mid. Needs to deliver multi-kills, but that's impossible. Sideline in just a mere moment. As I said, on the losing side of this one, if it's that CT side, they are gonna be absolutely wrecked. Dynamo Eclaw, they are not shying away from sending a man or two out to hunt for these surviving members of the CT camp. Currently not going to overstep their boundaries. They'll respect them at least a little bit here. There's one that Angel will find at least toward the end. 11 either way for Dynamo Eclaw. From what is 2 kills found in mid. And that's it. Sometimes life is that simple. All the control given from there on as well. Jackass just wasn't ready. Unable to assist in any real way on the side. A whole question mark around the map set up, but that's that. At least those saved weapons do give them a little bit of hope. It's requiring an absolute miracle. Now, what are those options taken away from them for a moment at least? Right down to next, and this is looking like 12 here, but Jackass and the AK. Give a 1. Spotting a second, maybe a third as well, and that's too much. Too hot to handle on the side. Nader, M4 in hand, and hopes and dreams of an entire round on him. Like I said, a miracle needed. He spotted 2-1 along. That's already a massive ploy he's now setting up for himself here as well. With Hodix taking away attention in mid. This is suddenly a round in play. Nader finds 1. Gets information on the second one as well now. Confirmation about Nubik. You can isolate Aaron for a moment. But only a moment. Wait a little bit too long. Bake the device a step, and that is a quick denial. Round number 12. 3 map points for Dynamo Eclaw. What is the attempt to push this one to a third map here? Is 5 kills away, and it starts off a little too hot to handle here. Poor is the initial execution, forcing how it brings 2 back in a bit of zone. But Karaiki is still fighting. Yes, one more. The main advantage is maintained here on that CT side. But a lost space to recover that and the bomb. Left behind by ROSY, now dealt with. In about a second, Nature is going to stumble onto the bomb as well, with Spardows nowhere nearby. Looking for the scraps here. Apparently, we're not saying goodbye here. Not just yet. Because this round as well is still in play, but the problem is, it's just the setup. right? He knows he has to go to mid, take the bomb, in one way or another. However, both CTs, they've given up that control. There's a clean option to take that bomb, get toward the side, and try to put that down, but we're also seeing Nater all the way in T-spawn, anticipating a bit of a different rotation. Now, that's not the case here. Smartest does choose to just go normal through shelf into mid. And now that timing in the gap to take that bomb is suddenly gone. You can have the guard from Red Room being Tripix. Down to 12 HP, yes. Easy enough to deal with, arguably, but Nater, not so much. Timing's great for the CT side. It'll continue this one, 11 to 12. Seeming like overtime, it might be the play here. With so many rounds as well being just unsure of until the very end, we can't say that either. So, here we go. Perhaps the end. 4Z certainly wants it to be apparent, seemingly as well. But opening found toward the B side. They'll continue their way up the rampage. But a Trippus in cave. Ceasefire. Just no thank you. Hides away from it. A moment does get denied. They've slowed it down and stopped it for the moment. And suddenly, it's just a massive mistake. And a massive burden. That smoke has done so much to buy time instead. It still does buy time, but for Crikey, now he's got two angles to worry about. Potentially more as that time continues to tick down as well. He's backing off. He's thinking about it. What if they made a big rotation, but now it's just a what if you swing to 4Z. It's map done. We are headed toward a third map here to decide this one, it seems. Barrage is required. And not to say I told you so, but I did question the pick of Ancient, absolutely. And I'm still struggling to see the full reasoning behind it. It is Acla's most played map. It's their best map. And it's just one where somebody have been on a losing streak. Now making it 6 in a row. And the opposition, like I said, hasn't been that amazing in terms of who they've lost against, right? There's no notable names really there. So I'm just really worried, really confused about the whole pick. But as kind of proven here, they do come out victorious. It's not an easy game by any means, don't get me wrong. It is a very, very close one. So there is a world where Exabata do come out victorious here as well, but it's not this what it seems. So we do go to Water Mirage to decide where this one does get picked up and how to seal the deal here. So don't go too far. We'll be back in about 10, maybe 15-ish minutes or so for that third and final map of the series to conclude this one. So we'll see you then.
Imagina ter um e-mail.
seems like we're finally done and dusted with all these issues we had here. Servers had to be swapped and all that, and we've got, well, a lot of waiting, but waiting is finally over. Now we can head into water, this final map, the first series of the day, so that means as well, for our next one we have... We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that, I'm so sorry to say. Eternal Fire and Impact. Coming up after this game is actually finished, not in 10 minutes. So, let's go. Pistol takes us towards the east side very early order. Nature awaits and will be taken down. Nubik will find that opening with the defense still standing from Crikey. Hodix as well. It's that rotation has found themselves a little bit of room to work with on the east side. With Aaron left alone, he's got a whole lot to do and so little he can actually manage to get done. Round number 1, it is done. Full frontal assault towards B, not worked out. And so, no bomb plant, no force buy. We're not going to be getting any of that for the more air clots here, it seems, and makes sense. Ego this guns out next round, but you still have a Desert Eagle on Nubik that I'm assuming will get passed around a little bit. If that chance comes for it, maybe? There's something here that at least don't offer, but that Desert Eagle, the last to live at the moment, Nature's dropped over weapons. And oh my gosh, Nubik making this one at least entertaining. And not far from actually getting it done either. And Deadman walking his toll is apparently 2 more. One hell of an expensive round for X-Sabra in this regard, but hey. It's a round. A win is a win, you move on. You do in the apartments, check your corners. If not, that's what happens. Victorious for the duels, Crikey, trying to hold his position, but with ammo running low, his time eventually done. All that noise as well toward the B side seems to have drawn a rotation and a bit more than that. Perfix is in window and will now spot them out on the catwalk. Spotted out and made his way over. Not fully clearing towards the balcony. Does let a freebie go there as well. Jackass holds the position towards the A side. Last 2 remaining to take this first gun round. Turn it into a victory. Now keep in mind as well, that last round you only had that 1 survivor. Finance is not stable for X-Saber, and that means 1 more kill in this round. Just 1 more kill. The finances are not looking fantastic in any case. Moving forward, and that would have more than happily excused another force buy as well for the T side if they can get to it. Take the bomb once here, through the smoke. And Aaron, 5 seconds, plant the bomb, can't do it. It is going to be running out on him, but to keep that AK alive as well. Bit of a survival mission. Seems like it will do, however. And as I imagine, we're going to see some sort of investment here. And against my, my insinuation, they're not going to be going for a full force buy here. Which I'm actually happy about. One plan obviously would have changed things, but none of that happening, so we are going to be going for just the half fire round. The scores lost bonus well, now it's winning 900, looking pretty damn decent. So let's see exactly where this one will lead us. With Aaron shifting out, AK in hand, that's number 1. Contact, fully toward the A side now, taking it. Taking a second to water with him as well now. Connector relieved of its CT presence, allowing Detour to pick up a weapon. A two-man unit now set themselves in connector. And this is apparently Exhibit saying goodbye. It is coming down to these last few rounds where that economy has gotten somewhat high, and in this one as well. 2 kills for the T side. They don't want to give away too many weapons, but no matter what, this is already a massive win for Dynamo Eklot. Able to pick up an M4 and an MP9 from this round itself, but Exhibit as well. They are making sure that no rifles actually fall into that T-side's hands, which is a pretty nice play in that regard. Because if you don't have a single entry there, connector is locked down. The play was as good as it absolutely could be there for Dynamo Eklot, right? You can't take that away. They played the absolute perfect round. Opening found, second the follow-up, the smokes are down, blocked the rotations. And nothing found in terms of the CT side response there, so back away, keep your own weapons alive, and don't let them fall to the T side's hand and make them use their own economy for it. Pretty good. Here, flashbang, perfection, but a quick swing still for Detour. Played anti-flash, it's ready for it! Hello, precision airstrikes! A triple for the nade, not gonna see that every day. Not even once a week, probably, and there you have one, finally. Denial on the first front towards A. Round itself turns completely on its head. Holy shit. One hell of a round. One hell of a round for Exhibit to pick up right after they lose that first one. But no, Tripix got those kills last round. Didn't really end up mattering. Assist just as good. Pushing up mid, spotted out, has spotted him just at the edge of the smoke. But Jack has to be caught now in the mid. But that T-side have a man advantage to work with. Not a free kill by any means, but kill is a kill. Map control can now come from the back of this as well. With Nature back away in ladder room, just watching window, they've essentially let this one go. I believe the final smoke as well they used in connector or towards connector. Doesn't actually block it off all that well, but Exhibit do gotta fall back now. Full fit mid control. Go back to one of the sides here, see that smoke as well. It's not really that great. Doesn't stop the T side from getting any control here. Recognizing as well, that's not the lineup. Bacon. Play towards A, CT side. Mass rotations here. Comes down to the first duel here if they can find anything from it. The answer being a no. As Nubik walk in. Up next, one. Even CT is crikey, baiting it for his teammate, but with nobody there to assist, Detour, their trap not going to be sprung in any way, and they'll just have to fall back. And walk back as well. Aaron takes one more with him. AK. That's the survival rate here for Exhibit, but Dynamo Eklot as well. Happy to at least make it expensive finally. Not finally, but make it expensive how to take the round itself here. So, take away CT economy one round at a time. Not to give them too easy of a time in the future either. Nater and the AK were down. Crikey picks it up, makes that trade happen. Here's the single weapon of the CT side as well. You want to make the best use out of it. Coming back as well. Hodix. Try to push. Get a weapon of his own. Along the actual rotations here, rotations in making these moves at the moment. Nobody challenged them in mid either. You know, they've been lulled into a sense of security when it comes to this portion of the map. And they still feel pretty secure. Even if they have a challenge ahead of them. No real issues with it. Crikey now just needs his teammates to give a little bit of assistance here. Make some noise, as it were. Find an opening, or at least distract them long enough. 20 seconds, that's the bomb escaped. Out of the round as well, guaranteed. Again, push coming out from Crikey. For the first time we've seen this, and I'm betting it's not going to be the last either. More than happy to fight for mid control at least. Make it expensive enough for Dynamo Claude to reconsider how much mana they want to actually spend on it. In this case, with one man Molotov out, nobody there to trade, and that's something that we've, I think, seen twice now already as well. In terms of mid default, that might be something you'll have to reconsider a little bit. Well, that's openings yet again found toward the A. So just walking in, headshot 1-2. The contact play seem to be doing pretty damn good job here for the C side already. One more. Spotted and Sport, and Ubik will recover in time. A whole lot of issues for Nater out at the moment. Making his way through, and that's it. Round is done. Ajax is an entry. There's the smoke as well. That should be it. There's the bomb finally planted as well. Gotta walk away. Really, it's just a Nater there to make some space for his teammate to maneuver. Can't take too massive a risk, but sometimes you maybe have to. In this situation, it came down to a sharp shot from ROSY below the balcony. Deny any shenanigans of a CT side retake or attempt in this one. And that's round 4. We're tied up, and Nater is also down. Consistently making it difficult for the CT side to buy fully into these rounds. Doesn't help the fact as well that they've lost the early mid find out what, twice? Some issues in that regard that I would like to see addressed, maybe. This time, easy enough. Stack B, go away. Get them out, they're more than happy with this part of the map already. This is where they do feel quite comfortable, as it were. Backed into hunt. Anybody set this one up? Not that you really can. Spark does have notch. Not sure what that was. Almost looked like it was playing with a controller. wibbling on the thumbstick there. Taking it back and forth, but... yeah, still gets one, I guess. Oh, the absolute worst. Triplex, though, I think that's a little bit too far. Can't get the AK, so... throw a Mac that away, won't do anything. 4-5 instead of the scoreline, because they don't want A now while finding themselves a little bit of room to maneuver here, yes, but at the same time, I still really want to see things change with that mid control, because I'm not a fan of it. Similar to X-Saber as well, I'm not really a fan of how it's just one man there, and for Dino Whiteclaw, when they have gone for that mid default, it's been one man ahead of the group, and Molotov out, nobody trade, right? That's the issue. I want to see figured out immediately, and we are seeing a somewhat change to that. That being more of just the smoke towards connector immediately. And walk through said smoke. Or else will be given a second opportunity as well to double down. Jackass instead of taking him down and cracking out the B site. Not so much doubling down to just one. And mid somewhere has been heard, but Nader's making the long rotation around. It's Jackass. Let's see what he's got here. Forzy decides to overextend. Ladder cleared. Spotting him on short as well. That smoke is going to just cover for it as well, but Forzy's still down. Now creates the opportunity for the retake. They heard one in mid jumping way long ago, so he thought, look for this, be patient. He'll be fed his reward, and now it's just one remaining. Jackass, it doesn't really have time to do this in any way. There's no kit. Doesn't even get the kill. Doesn't come down to said kit or time. Make it a 6-4 instead here. Did it by Eklord. Now, if they can keep this up here, right? They've got great contact A plays. Just walking in, executions as well. Now a round where mids worked out pretty damn nicely. Of course, as well, I do like Spartas in the last one, making his way through that connector. Smoke, just add a bit of chaos to it, find one of those rotations, potentially even two. It does stop with a 1, yes, but this makes it difficult for the CT side to make a very clean rotation, or have a 2-on-1 fight, say on short there. Or anywhere else. Great utility as well set up. Cubic through Palace, the power position, he's making plenty of noise, not letting that CT side guess where he is. Just lets them know instead of where he is. He's one to take it. Jackass progressing up the balcony instead to find that trade. There's a lot of information for the Whiteclaw here. The boost in jungle they found lets them know at least one's either going to be rotating towards that A site, or there's got to be a gap there. Now we just got to figure it out. Time starts to tick down. 45 at the clock on the T side to make their way towards Triplex here. Needs to find at least that first one. Keep it even, but spar it out. How's that trade going? Not well. Down he goes on the balcony. Jackass will be Molotov, put into a bit of a tough position, and Aaron will clean him out. With one more. Double swing into it as well. That is going to be Triplex down, and with Nata joining the fray now. It's Detour's AK that has been fed here, but 15 seconds has made this round. Impossible! Land confirmed as well. Bit of a spray, bit of damage, and that is the round done. CT side. Not giving this one up here. Pressured continuously on the A site. They just hold steady. So, round number 12. Commencing with 1 and 2 for the T side. Early aggression under balcony. Not under balcony, underpass. Got down completely. Even now the CT side pick up these pieces one way or another. That at least does help. Back Terminator is not afraid of a fight. Will continue for the second. In mid, spots one more. Time to turn the tide into their favor. Not completely, not yet. But that's enough. Forzy is arriving as well toward this mid position. What a cover for it. There's going to be the next man at the 100 boxes. Forzy down out on A. Nubik as well. Removed from the equation, and this one has flipped completely on its side here. From one to another now, Detour has the grace of at least two players being low on HP. That makes the job that much easier, considering as well with that Molotov. Job would be aided by a bit. Problem number one, get past Crikey. That CT as well. He's positioning so damn well for this. Just circled the side and headshot instantaneous. 6-6 is what we get here at halftime. We had 7-5 on both halves for Overpass and Ancient. And here we're split right even. So, second half. Starting shortly here, and I generally have no idea who's going to be coming out victorious or who's going to be looking better here by the end of this. Because Ancient was such a coin flip as well for a lot of it to kind of predict. So many rounds and so many situations that felt like, yeah, that's it, surely. That next round you've got like a pistol, 1 AK, such stuff, but they still end up winning. A real tough one to say who's actually going to end up on the winning side. And at the moment as well, I just don't have much to go off of. It's been a moment since I have seen neither my claws. Since our same as well with XA, but it has been quite the while. So trying to rack my brain and memory or any notes I have lying around for what do I have on either one of Mirages. Ain't a whole lot here. Gonna be real tough to try to go past memory in that regard. Hoping the game actually does continue here shortly. Just trying to figure out. We're getting a debate a little bit here. Either way, same as before, we've already gotten used to waiting around here, so that's exactly what we're gonna have to do until seemingly now. We gotta talk it into existence, and we're right back to the game. So, round 13 at the final half of this series. Well, this would have been our first series of the day. We'll have 3 more to go. So those interested in Eternal Fire and the Impact, that'll be coming up right after this. What about 10, 15-ish minutes? So for that, we're still going to finish this one as well. Afterwards, 33-bit error to close out the day, and I think, was it Sinners, no, Ruby, no, Sinners and ROSY. That's it. Before that as well. So, plenty of action to go for the day. Here, Tripix, action's all him. That's clean, that's nice. That's the kid down in CT as well, and with that, I do fear the round as well does get decided. But hole, dead. Still, you can make this expensive. Take a little bit of money here in the pistol round. With the new economy as well, any CT kills, you get a little bit of boost. Wouldn't be too bad. Maybe let's them afford a P250, a flashbang, some shenanigans, some sort of surprise. Who knows? A smoke and a flashbang, at least a kit. Or sorry, Armor Desert Eagle out of the MP9s apparently all coming out. So it is going to be a full force buy here for Dino White, which is a surprise. And one that I would not categorize as a welcome one. I don't like these second round force buys. Or second half force buys. Especially when you don't have to, right? If the game's not like 9-3, then 10-3 and whatever. Sure, there you kind of have to, kinda, maybe. In a situation like this, I would have preferred to just see an eco. But at the same time, this is making, or giving money over towards Forzy's AWP for that first round, which is an assumption what they're going to be looking for, considering how good he is on that weapon. How consistent as well he's been throughout this series. 21 and 22 kills on maps 1 and 2 so far. Here he's just been a bit more quiet. And yet again, Tripix ripping through the defense here. This time just the 2, but Rikey joins him. 17 kills on him, by the way. Haven't really mentioned him much. He has been having a great time. Forzy, even 1 kill would have gone a long way there. Even 1 would have gone a long way. Not finding it. That's going to be just 1 Desert Eagle saving. Bit of a poor haul. But better than a USP. That's one thing. So, this one. Taken by Examiner yet again. That is going to be now 8-6. Here comes the pistols, the eco, and that should be 9 as well. It's very simple here. Unless some insane crazy stuff is going to happen. I don't think so, but we'll see. I'm not opposed to shenanigans in this game. So they do tend to happen a fair bit. Testing is lacking a bit as well, Spartanaus, with the Desert Eagle not finding success early on. And not shying away from this either. They're still thinking maybe there's a boost, maybe there's a fast-paced play to be made. Not really the case in terms of window. Yeah, well, no, different story. Same with Connector. We've already got 1 man through Connector in the jungle. That's going to be Nater and Mag 10. We're thinking, okay, is there somebody in window? Can't find him, but he's hiding in the smoke. That's going to be Forzy, just barely, or now alive. Even if he is overlooked at the moment, I don't think that does anything. Against the USP, it's not a whole lot. Aaron, Desert Eagle. Maybe baits him into the USP? There you go. It ain't all closed season at least. 1 kill. 1 kill is all they get. Oh well, moving on. Like we said, Forzy does have the AWP here as well. As usual, the second round force by explained as well. You want to have the AWP out. Going forward, and now in the first gun run of the half, everybody fully equipped. Bar for Crikey still on the Galil. Not really a necessary choice to upgrade that in every single situation, especially not now. early on and not having a whole lot of money in the bag, but we're seeing this from both sides apparently. One man in mid, no real support around it, and he decided they've punished that early push. Bomb goes down to B, Hordex cuts down the rotation from market. And Dito denied anything early on as well, but it came to his defense from short, so this is just going to be a save here. And even more so, I think that just confirms it. Reiki's Galil is hungry. Sure, he's got one more in him, or one in him, but the round is done. Gotta give this one up here to double digits on next saber. Free to survive with the team side as well. Just said, but don't have a whole lot of money. At least long term, right? Long term, they don't have a whole lot of money, but now it's looking a whole lot better already. Dynamo Eklot, backs are being put against the wall here. It ain't perfect, but this is what you have to work with. Thanks to those saves as well, you've got everybody fully equipped yet to get on that CT side. Just utility missing, you can make up for that with an entry or two. Not a big deal. There you go. Delivery, an entry or two. That's Aaron finding the first one. Oh, but as well, they've managed to make connector there is a fair bit already. We saw one of those earlier rounds, Nature Mac 10 through connector into jungle. Maybe have those same ideas in mind as well here. Got it down by the CTs. Don't let them have that. Instead, overexposed through the palace position. While hunting 4 kills with the A side is quickly turned into a bloodbath. Or is he alone? Clutch required. 1-on-2 with an AWP to do it. Widely shifted, walking his way in. Doesn't have to release this split, makes the job slightly easier, but slightly easier doesn't mean it's by any means safe and secure, especially with that bomb plant as well in the open. No kit, no smoke, nothing of the sort. And he's dead. Frankie started to look for the way out. Nature as well was there just to assist, came out from jungle, out of his own hidey hole. Take him down. 11 picked up a Sun and 5 round lead for Exciter, and they're looking pretty damn dominant here in the second half. Yet to pick up a single round, it's by Eklo, by the way. 6-6 in half time. Falling behind. All the money left in the bank has been spent on this buy as well, and tonight, well, pretty much have to do it. Utility's good. Aaron naded, flushed out into a fight. Will be taken down. Unfortunately, one of them as well through the window smoke. But doesn't really do all that much justice toward that CT side in this regard. They gotta make rotations, patch up these holes they're in. Problems they find themselves in and force. He's done exactly that with 3 kills to the round. He's made it 2-on-2. But it's not out of the woodworks just yet. Just about alive. It needs to be contested for. He's here as well by Trepix. The flashbang comes over. Still has more utility as well. He's going to try to set himself up. There's the flash. Here's the swing. Two spotted now in CT. Hordex into clutch. Take it once. Still they heard it. That is the flick he's going for. There's the style points, but that's not a round win itself. Drop shots. Nearly giving up the round as well there. But the round itself is Dynamo Eklot 2-12. On the B side, ROSY, aggressive in the apartments, having found an opening. What was the previous? An opening will do to mitigate any sort of disadvantage in terms of utility or early position, and currently as well, that's going to be doing exactly that. But let's ROSY. By the way, playing with an AWP, from what I can tell, is the little E-box on B. Crazy, we're not going to see that do anything, but his teammates doing work on the A side. Nubik doubling down as well here, beautifully done. The absolute gall to keep themselves stacked 4 on A, with no information about mid. ROSY alone on B, playing in the, I think, the worst position I've ever seen, if that was correct. It was one hell of a call, and it's one that does work out here. You gotta take some gambles every now and then, and for DuoToPlay, that's one that's gonna break the bank as well for XR, but they've got a couple of AKs here at least. Right here, still got money in the bank as well. He's fine, he's okay. But essentially, they're treating this as an eco. Bomb plant here would go a very long way, I'm imagining as well, with that loss motors combined and what they've got in the bank. But either way, trying to make this one a win either way. And with ROSY down to the site, that opportunity is being created. 1 and 2, that is awkward out of nature as well. His positioning leaving a lot to be decided, and now on the side, stuck. The Jackass just does not have this one in him. So much pressure constantly, the utility there, shots taken. Pepper him down, and that is going to be dealt by a 2-9. Now picking up 3 finally in a row as well. The first CT side rounds they've picked up here, and they've made it back to back to back. Trying to give us another close call here. And actually, no, okay. No, sorry, I was lying out of my, lying that last round. Weren't actually fully treating it as an eco. Because they half-bind that one, half-bind this one. It's an interesting choice for sure. But, how does it pay off? Detour, stuck in a car, 1 and 2, needs the thing to finish him off. Oh, never mind, I lied, sorry. Misread that, apparently just headshot through the ground. A lot of chaos there, but it's an easy round in the end for DuoToPlay. Thanks to Detour. Good 5 kills deep as well as Crikey at the moment, by the way. Mentioned the last, it was on 17, and he's not let down anybody at the moment. Continuing to frag out, give his team opportunities to work from. Some position here as well for his teammate, quite literally give it a position. The nade one dagged down to headshot range, maybe 2 depending on Jackass as well in his own range with an M4 on the other side. We'll see if that comes to play, but for now, again, mid control there established for XR, but they still got Honex their own utility in towards ladder room, the basic Molotov nowadays. Nature in the window, and everybody disengages. On toward the B side, and they're now looking to see if maybe Nature can cut off a rotation. I imagine that's what this is all about here. For him to cut off rotations means that the actual attack here needs to be successful. And Detour, 7 bullets, good damage. Able to escape, not caught off guard immediately, and that does allow his teammate to come back around as well. They'll be good for 1, however, that's not good enough. With Honex and Nater out of Tripix, all finding success of their own. The B side safely guarded as the bomb goes down. He's trying to get away with the AWP. Not an easy job, and not one that he'll succeed in either. Map match series point. All now on X-Saber here. Played one hell of a game. They absolutely have surprised me. Their ancient losing streak might have continued now to 6. Again, that's the big problem I had with this entire video they had. Is why ancient? Picked into it. Take an L. Am I surprised? Not really. Winning overpass, that's what I'm surprised about. Over the play, all too perfect on it, but Limit victorious was X-Sabre either way. Now here, Hordex with an opening. Like last few rounds, most of those openings have been going to the way of the CT side instead, so get a little bit of change back to it as well. Overall in the series, or in this map, only 7 entries to X-Sabre so far. That has not continued here either. On the site, Aaron, bit of a whip. Not so much from Crikey. Great adjustment, but great trade back from T-Side as well. Does get traded immediately, often as the T-Side do continue to go their own way toward the site. Force it for now. Clear mid. Make sure nobody's coming to this way. Just try his absolute best to set up his teammate. No easy way to do it, and that's the problem. Now with Stripix waits. This one, it is looking like a lost cause. Great single way you can imagine, and that only seems to cement that thought. Now spotted, the triple swing. They'll get rid of him. Close out this map, match, and series as mentioned. This one is done. It quits. Winner, victorious Sabre. Elimination match as well. Group A is coming down, or it's slowly coming to an end here, with now Eklot eliminated for now. But not completely out. It is, of course, then going to be X-Sabre, not done yet. They'll have still more chances in the future as well. But for Group A for today, we're going to be done with this one. And as we said, we're kind of behind the schedule a little bit as well. We've got Eternal Fire NLP Impact coming up right after this one. We just got to go to a small break, about 10-ish minutes, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit less. Who knows? But nonetheless, what I do know is that we won't be away too long. So do come back. We'll continue with Group B's elimination matter, see who goes home from there. So we'll see you in a bit. Don't go too far. Alright, we're back. Now, second match of the day, starting up here, and yes, second match of the day. We had a little bit of a delay in our last one, but we move on. We managed to get past it, and now we head over toward this second one, of course, indeed, and it's got an interesting one. Eternal Fire vs NIP Impact. Now, have I seen this Eternal Fire? No. The core, yeah, obviously, with we can go. I guess we can just go into it. Let's bring up Eternal Fire into the roster. So, the core here of Mass Marion Beanox from Permita? Oh my god, I'm forgetting. From Permita, Los Cagutos, and then a couple of months with Sangal that didn't really work out. Yeah, more than familiar with them over the last year or so. I don't really, but I still don't know what to expect. Like, I really don't know. Like, it almost always felt like a up and down sort of a situation. Not sure exactly where it's going. But now they have a lot of firepower in Calyx anymore. I'm just very interested. Like, I'm really interested to see how well they can gel together and how the actual game is going to look like. And essentially anything revolved around that as well. But I guess that's something time will tell. I don't know. It feels like there's so much here to go off of. Like, Immort has been a beast in terms of the numbers, but then again, he's got like 30 games or 30 maps only in the recent times. Which, not the absolute most, right? For this level, you kind of have a lot of teams around the 80s to even over 100. If they've been grinding way too much. So it's going to be an interesting situation for sure to see how this team ends up playing. But then, we've got the other side as well. A team that I've not actually seen before, believe it or not. I've been somehow avoiding a lot of this, but NIP Impact. Of course, they've been around for a good while now. They've had fairly decent results when it comes to the Impact scene as well. But besides that, right, when you then turn around to look at the other tournaments they've been a part of, it hasn't been as great, right? That's no real way to hide it, but I don't know. I really don't know. Like, there's a whole conversation topic with the amount of tournaments and support that goes there towards the female scene of Counter-Strike. That just is not as great as the male part of the Counter-Strike game as well. Like, that's a whole conversation in its own right. So I'm happy to see more of these teams being part of the legacy season tier 2 events as well overall. Because over time they will catch up in a way, if you want to call it that. But I want to see what this team can do. I really just do. That's what I'm gonna kind of figure or test this game as in a way, or treat this game as you could call it. So I guess we can just go over and head toward the veto up next, as we're, like we said, a little bit behind that schedule. About 45 minutes or so, but whoops. What can we do? Starting off, same as our last series, Overhass up first, and I'm loving it. I'm loving that we get to see it. Everybody loves it. If you don't, unlucky. Inferno coming in as second as well here. Got to be picked by NIP Impact. And, right, a limited amount of games to study and look at for the last few months when it comes to this team. We don't exactly, in that regard, know all too much about what the highlights of the map pools really look like. But overall, for 2025, if you look at it, Inferno and Ancient have kind of been up there in terms of the maps they've enjoyed playing. Ancient not really even a part of the question here, with Eternal Fire taking care of it. That kind of leaves a couple others. Like Dust 2, Mirage, and we do see that third map as well being that Mirage, so when given the choice, that is where we've headed in this one. Now, I don't know what to say. I don't know how this one is going to be playing out. It is going to be really tough to say in terms of exactly what to do, like, what do Eternal Fire do? How well does this team gel together immediately, I guess? Right, with a couple of weeks of practice with Beanox, Mary, Mass in this team. I don't know, but I'm hoping for the best, I suppose. So NIP Impact, an eye test, I guess, the first time I get to see them. So I'm hoping as well that we get to see a good game. And that goes both ways. But before we do have the actual game, we do have a very small break as well to go to. I'm sorry, so sorry to say that. I know we've been a little bit delayed with this one already, but a couple of minutes hopefully won't be too long until we are back and ready with Overpass, so don't go too far. We'll see you right back.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had fear on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Alright, we're live now with Overpass here at NitFit Impact Eternal Fire. And from here on out, we'll let the game do the talking. So, first up, Tribo Gaules on the CT side want to smoke at a flashbang as well and all that, so let us see what we can get done here. Mass as well on the C side, a smoke at the two flashbangs on him, a very straightforward approach here into mid one all the way to B site as well. With a good flashbang as well, the dualies do go out for Naomi. But at first one, nearly a second. It's decent. Damage is there, but it knocks out of monster into the side and aim will wait. But not exactly what the plan is going to be. Smoked out as well. That does block the initial approach now for Eternal Fire. That's the flash into the side. Once closer by the pillar. Now spotted. It will get down with now just one remaining. And from the back, Yara USP is nice with it. Not the cleanest pistol, but goddamn if it is not one where Eternal Fire have to dance to the CT's tune. God damn, it's easy. MP9s. All the kills coming through. Even on the FAMAS. Hold on for a second, though. Hello. Popped off one or two. This was supposed to be an easy one. Now it's adding a little bit of complexity to it, especially with a minute left and the one there. on his back. Bomb down, suddenly this would become way more doable. That's already the minimum out of a round like this done. Hamas is well trained on the angle. Both low on HP. There's one bullet to do the trick, and another bullet to the dome by the FAMAS. Ain't an AK-47, an instant headshot. Does not do it here. Imor attempt this goddamn good one. But will fall to the last hurdle here. But with that bomb plant, like I said, it does get the minimum requirements for total fire done here. Back as well, just whatever in the previous does help out quite a bit here. But it's gonna be low. The total fire, no, this is around with the CT side. It can't be broken. Done it. Making a play. Hamas out in the mid. Will fight at the first. Trap as well as long. Quick trade though comes from Emor. Early order 3-on-3. There's nothing out of the order when it comes to overpass. The CT side will challenge. And it's the CT side to jump to make sure that doesn't happen. At least the no advantage will be maintained. And here that's done pretty damn well. Even pushing them down to a man at disadvantage on the C side. And now spotting Calyx. Down as well, and cat on name. Around the site, slowly making their way in. Both approach from Bang with the Calyx and Mash. They've got a good position to deal with this. Even better. One down, one to go. Now spotted as well. Kiara does not have a way out of this one, really. It's one of us ones she's been given. But Calyx still chips down. Through the smoke. God damn, Emor. Fighting to maintain the A side under Eternal Fire's control and seemingly has been done just like so. In the last few CTs. Now to fight against Eternal Fire's army, but it's not one of the... Well, NRP really have a chance to come back into. They're off saving the last few weapons. It's a simple round. Just walking toward the A side one by one at the duels coming through. Vilga. Imor. Hunting. Finds number 1 on Naomi. Duck! Between the noise made from underpass and mass beneath him as well. Or next to. But, a total fire, second round on the board here, and so... BT side had no real choice but to save here. This time, simple B play. Round done just like that, and for the CTs, I'm really hoping we don't get to see a full USP save. That's one thing I just do not like. Don't know why we've seen a lot more of them as well in recent times. But it does appear that is the case. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It just makes no sense to me. Even if you feel like there's a Mach 10, 2, or 3, even in some situations. It just... It's so much better to deal damage in my eyes. Doesn't matter if they get a kill or two. In this case, they've just let them have all that economy saved up. Clean, flawless round that Eternal Fly is very happy to keep. Build up that early bank as well from it again. Through mid. Sheer force of will. Alex and Emor. Turkish duo having found themselves the openings to work with. Bilgar still at it. Hoyless waits. Making a play to see if anybody's trying to make a play of their own through long. Edit of the sword on the other side. Emor, ammunition now low. Gotta reload. Back in to connector. Now dead. Able to escape as well, no, but it's along with the C side. But on the A side itself, you got some issues. Aim will deal with the first one. With Kiara taken down at the side, weakened for a couple of seconds. They know that Vilga was also nearby, so you can just walk back toward a free B side. No members of NIP over there. Nope. With Beanox, one more found, and economy again with the CT side ain't looking fantastic, but a little bit of money in the bank. Half point most likely seems to be the case here. Even a timeout wouldn't seem untimely at the moment, if you do ask. They may not be opposed to, but either way, we continue apparently. Long as on our way. PG-50 in hand. Flash is perfect. Onward with an AG as well. That should let him know there's going to be at least 3 players toward long. When IP. Rotation in about Naomi. Connector. Seeing what's at the top here for the moment. Nothing can be seen, however. Eternal Fire swarm the A site. Make their way towards it. Out of position at the moment. Essentially, just waiting for Eternal Fire to overextend to a duel or two. That's one. Mask down. An M4 to salvage here, potentially. Eternal Fire, though. They are challenging it somewhat here. Wanting to get rid of any more weapons here. Like I said, right? They've got the money. Mary's on 10k. Same with Mask. Emor, I think, as well, is about to breach 10k as the lost bonus hits, so... Or winning bonus. Emor, though, losing his life to the bomb. No surprise. A bit low on HP and all that, but... Continuing yet again, there's that timeout as well, saving it for the gun around itself here. Gotta figure out how you want to go about this now, right? For NIP, we've already seen the mid challenges, quick trades. Which, in my eyes, honestly, not even a bad thing. Like, the way they've gone about it, has been okay. The earlier round we had a quick trade for Eternal Fire, but still a 3-on-3. I feel like it is one of the better rounds we've seen in Overpass today already. We had our last series where a lot of notice ended up being 3 versus 5s to the CT side, so... Able to get at least one there, or to keep it even... is kind of what I'm looking to see if we kind of have out of any sort of a CT aggression we might see from NIP. But speaking of aggressions, what we do get to see here, not just from Emor and his AWP, Binox as well is a part of it. In the back lines, you've got Vilka. Keep an eye on her as well as... Gonna try to make her way toward the site, but he needs to start at the test first. And caught out of position as well, Naomi down, and Zana can't really force her way into the side either. Apart from an ideal situation, Emor will spot this! Just about. And not find the shots, and hunting down as well. East side reinforcements do arrive. Will remain on Eternal Fire this time to save. Early finances pretty damn solid. Yet again, you can kind of start to see that as well, right? This round, nothing crazy about it. An opening duel found, not really a duel, just an opening found when it came with a short boost. Walk their way. The counter utility was there for the CT side, but just caught out of position as well there. In the actual defense is a problem, right? I think it was Naomi there, finding 1, maybe 2 there, doubling down. That's a different sort of route entirely. That's Eternal Fire. Have not really slowed down so far. Not afraid of a challenge. And yet again, we want to prove that. Smoke keeps coming down towards mid. Doesn't care. Great nade. With Calyx and Matt, headshot potential from the M4 now as well on Naomi. And with the double setup as well, that's finally a cleanup coming through here. It shuts down of Eternal Fire. Cannot get past this line. Always slowed down completely, just to remain. Matt and Beanox, what do you even do about this one? Like, there's no easy way in. You're seeing Beanox make some sort of play toward the B site, but dare I say, not a winning one. Fastest waits his teammate to make that play. There's one. There's the kill feed. Beanox maybe tries to sell this one a bit better. Just the one. Same find at the tray. Mast is taken out of the equation here, surely, but he's got so much money. There's no way not to go for this. Even if it is just to take down a couple more of the CTs here as well, to not let them have the economy. Gotta be building up here. Like, that's in itself a win. There's one. The opportunity's given. 3 total, and none of them capitalized upon. Milk out from heaven is there to take him down. NIP, third round comes knocking. A wonderful setup as well there in mid. Everybody more than ready. So, CT side, start their journey. Opening for the CT side as well. Enox down out toward the B side early on. Make things a little bit more awkward now when it comes to Eternal Fire and trying to set something up even now as well, with Short being taken out of the possibilities of what the T-side can do. Calix is waiting to see if anybody's boosting it. There is one. Waiting on top. Skiara needs to be checked, and even if he's ready, Alex will fall. 5 on 3. This is looking good enough for the CT side here. NIP have come to play. Flash into the side. Vilga up in heaven. In trouble. Just about obscured by the smoke. Still not far from death. A stray bullet is enough to take care of her. Aim in the meantime up above the barrels. Will stay alive. More kill to her name, but the CTs are not done with this round. They'll get a swarm to take this entire round without a casualty. Fantastic defense. Pick them apart slowly, one by one. Flashbang's good. Also see these over the angles. It does let Eternal Fire get up close here, but still, the problem is, even in this situation, while we have the position, the entries are a whole different sort of problem. And apparently for Emor, it's as easy as 1 and 2. Doesn't even count the 3, not yet. Waiting for it. Vilga and Aim. They'll trade back, and there's 3. Emor will secure it. Up next, it's Beanox's turn. Yara tries to take space at the site, but unable to do so. Take it care of and sent into round number 11. Or 12. Bad with numbers. Aim. Left alone instead. That I do know. That's 1. That's 2. And suddenly Mas has to run away.
Respeita o rato.
Heard as well, but doesn't seem like it. Still thinking about it, wondering which is it. Outside of which smashed away, shadow seen, but round of time has taken too far. This is a done deal here. Hell of an attempt, but just a little bit too speedy as Mass to run away. Eternal Fire will take 7 for now. Inox and Calyx. Oh, wow. Ripping through the defense here. Eternal Fire so far, the best success has been when it's hyper-aggression. Opening duel that goes their way and it just quickly cascades. Making sure everybody's ready as well. Second half. Right, 4-8. Not the absolute best in terms of results, but manageable in either regard. Duel as well to see the side here. We get to see them one flash, no kiss, nothing of the sort. It seems like Eternal Fire more prepared to shut this one down entirely. Or at least trusting the fast rotation, or find a little bit of time. That's what Mari and Beanox are doing to the water toilets here. Dame, not careful to check her surroundings. It's a tough angle, but it does bait them in. One at a time. Into this blender of the CTs, and I said they wanted to shut them down. That's exactly what they've done. Just target practice at the moment. To push their way through, and Glock pulled out. Gamer as well down to just the pistols there, but wins his duel. This round gets clean. Right, Eternal Fire. They had no issue when it came to money in that first half. Seems like here as well is starting out a similar way. Round 15 starts well T-side. It really feels like NIP are back against the wall very quickly here with the second half starting. Sometimes that is the case, 10-4. How strong Eternal Fire have been. It is hard to deny. They cannot close this one out, especially this situation while Emor finding the opening and doubling down on it as well. Trade. 2 out of 2. Still in the realms of possibility by all means. The moment, oh, this is disgusting as well from Beanox. As the A1S as well, I was going to say, maybe you can spot that, I'm not sure, but... In this case, it doesn't matter. Aim left alone to the other side of the map, but making her way up at least. You know, you can see as well, he's thinking about it. Will he be the timing here? Aim... How ready are you? Back turn, and Vinox just about ready. With Matt having control of mid connector. No support came that way, only left one area to worry about. Well, that leads to total fire to 11. More. Close your eyes. That's not pretty. Sorry, though. Okay, I was gonna say it was that second one that came through, but just before, now he's even dropped a bomb. From the opening toward the A site, very quickly all things turned around. Alex from connector and Vilka doesn't find the right timing. Marius is moving around a little too much. Does it get taken down to now map point? It's been pretty simple here for Eternal Fire. Immort cracked out of his mind, 21 kills, Mary 14 as well. Decent enough. And Eternal Fire aggression in that first half is where they found that success in. All that eventually leads into what seems to be a fairly solid game. So, timeout taken. Clock is ticking. 5 kills to separate Eternal Fire from map victory here. Well, let's see. Who's the one to get there first here? I'm telling you, at least Eternal Fire have got one hell of a lead. At this point as well, right? When it comes to a situation like this in the game, it's the first map. Or second, you won the first, whatever. At this point, you want to get a couple of confidence rounds on the board at least. Well, you head into that second map, things aren't looking as bleak. You've got some sort of positive vibes going. Carry you through that a little bit at least. That is the current objective for NIP. Feel a bit better about that. About this first map, if they can become better. But at the moment, it ain't looking like it. It's Minox on the defense. And Mast as well, they both joined together. And that is an entire first map done. So, 13-4. That's the scoreline the Total Fire do come up with here onto this openings map. And it's pretty good. It is pretty damn good. Overpass this right into it. Right, I had a question as well, right? What's up with the amount of practice they maybe have had, maybe haven't, who knows? But it looks pretty good here. It looks really damn good overall when it comes to what they were giving us and what they were showing. I don't think there was all too much in terms of difficulties. Some might argue, yeah, they were when it came to these slow rounds and such, but I can't really argue with the results here. 13-4 looks pretty good in terms of a first game to be played here on the map itself. So, starting off, pretty damn decent. Immort as well has a wonderful game, as you kind of suspect. His stats aren't that great for any reason. He is just pretty damn good. And with that, the Total Fire, their map pick in the bag. And we get ready for that second one. It's going to be Inferno, so don't go too far. We're going to be right back with it in about 10-ish minutes, you know, maybe give it a couple of minutes leeway, who knows, but nonetheless, keep it on the stream, we'll be right back with map 2. Alrighty then, welcome back. Map number 2 here. It's Inferno. It's Eternal Fire 1-0 up after winning their own map because of Overpass. And we'll see how map number 2 now will go. So, with all that said, apparently we won't. We do have maybe a little bit of an issue with Calix. Maybe he's AFK, I'm not too sure what's up, but we'll have a little bit of fun here on the floors of Inferno. We'll run around for a second or two, or three even, maybe. Let's get ready for it. Gotta be one hell of a game, right? Or it has to be one hell of a game from NIP at least, when it comes to staying alive. Of course, the prize, so to say, for winning this game is not getting eliminated out of the series. Pretty sure both teams would love that. Love to stay alive here, so coming down to it after a very good map number 1 here, of course, as well. Out of Eternal Fire. I'm gonna see where this one will then go, because I think like was in what I had like 22 kills, 1.87 rating alone. We didn't really get to see anybody else stand out on that Eternal Fire side, but everybody did their jobs. It was all good and all a-okay when it came to it. Of course, now we're just making sure everybody's there, everybody's ready, and that is indeed the case. Are we gonna have another restart or no, or are we indeed live? It does appear to be we are live. So, let's try this again, shall we? Map number 2. Eternal Fire NIP. For one team, it is one map away from winning this series. We gotta see if they can get to it or not. So, let's go. See what we can get done with this one itself. A couple of sets of views till there for the C or T side of NIP. Down. One man down on the Eternal Fire side as well. With one opportunity already given over. Not capitalist support, I dare say. This is not going to be an easy one, nor is going to be too successful either in any of these situations. There's a retake down to man, and no utility to really force these fights either. It's just a done deal here. Best Eternal Fire can do is take them down here. Right, extra money, 50 per kill now. Have a bit more money to work in that next round, and that's what they're trying to do, and AIM will take down the last remaining players there as well, secure a quad kill, but I'm wondering, right, does that extra money afford Eternal Fire a buy? And apparently, yes. That is what they've chosen here, so let's see. How worthwhile is this going to be, right? I'm a critic of CT side force buy specifically, but overall as well, second half mostly. First half, I don't mind as much, and Inferno, I don't really mind CT force buys either, right? This is along the maps that I see a force buy being pretty damn good on that CT side, specifically this and new, kind of top 2 for me. Let's see what we can do here. With the weapons, and already one lost here, that's not doing ultimate favors to Eternal Fire here, but plenty still to go here. Alex waits his Desert Eagle Prime, but he's alone. That's a problem. And Kiara, I think she might have seen him. At a different angle. Slowly escaping. Wait for it. Can't capitalize. Can't take it. Gonna fall back into pit. Now tagged up as well. Knows one more in the palace, and that's AIM now down. 50 seconds, but not still made a move on this, which is a bit surprising to me. I like the perfect time to capitalize when Calix is running back, but unsure about the exact numbers of these CTs. Alex, the Desert Eagle, taken down. Limited to just the 2. Doing out the start here for NIP. MP9 is not far from connecting, right? A couple of bullets there. But stayed alive in the end. Gotta be careful of that bomb explosion there, of course, but... Round 2 in the bag. CT side as well with a fair few saved weapons. They'll still have an okay chance in this round. And even more of a chance in the regard that they don't have to care about their own economy all too much, right? Maybe if Emor saves the armor. Like I said, sorry, my thoughts just trailed off there. Like I said, though, in a round like this, Emor saves that armor at least. AWP comes out the next round, all is good. A-okay, that's pretty much the only thing they'll have to worry about financially speaking. Up mid. In the meantime, Eternal Fire as well, other side of the map. Ready for a B play that will never go their way. Naomi's the only one around the corner, and now she's taken care of down and out for the complete count as well. And so, 3-0, easy enough here for NIP. There's also another weapon that can suddenly be picked up there. Right, Emor, MP9, Galil, sorry. Not sure what was up with that. Somewhere on the ground, apparently, an MP9. But, in the meantime, Dilga holds off the library push, trying to keep the CT side at bay. Recognizing maybe time to go away, but Mass still traces through the smoke. They said no reason not to go for this, but the Eternal Fire do actually rush the site or not. One thing they can do is to keep that Eastside economy low by finding a kill or 2 yet again. That seems to be what they're doing here. Zana on site, 1 more goes her way. And it's just Yara in pitch, 4 HP, bomb will take her down. But that's a pretty good round. When it comes to what the CT side were giving us there, pretty damn good. By no means a round win, but again, taking down every single one of those T-side players. And that's just kind of Inferno in that regard as well, right? You have to have that post-plant set up. One's got to be in pit to like 90% of the time. And then they're just going to be playing around the site. When you have then Eternal Fire spread around both long and short come in, it is really hard to, I suppose, stop them from just waiting out the time. One will take down most, but even so,
That's last round. Now is this. It's a fast A play in which Calyx from pit, or balcony, sorry, defends for the first one. Up on a side, Emor will find one of his own. Calyx down, went a little bit too aggressive up on the pits. That's not the greatest position to be in, but it's what gives NIP the foothold toward the A side. Bomb goes down and rotations are here. Now, how much do Eternal Fire want to pressure this? Again, they kept that economy low. Is this another one of those situations? Or is this one of the finally the attempt to actually go for this retake or not? That shot might have rung out and might be the decider in this one. Will be Nox. Has a smoke, has a kit, but a little bit too far from the actual bomb. How to get away from the site. That's one more with him. But last two in this situation with the aim and now with both plenty of HP. They'll survive in pit. About 44 damage or so. 64. They'll be fine. 4-0. NIP a real damn good start here. Interesting. Any more? Push down. Gotta be careful of the smoke as well. Vilga's gonna have eyes on the Emor any second now as well, so gotta move before that's the case. Even if she doesn't, aim will. Alex, next matter to push down as well. That second mid now cleared out. Nobody's there for the T-side size aim. And he's going to seemingly force the hands of NIP a little bit as well. Up toward the B side, they got to look to give chase, so I think that's masked on the defense. No utility, nothing but an M4 and a dream to live. Molotov at his feet, stuck in a corner, and stuck he is! Even with flashbang coming over, won't do a single thing to assist him. And Mary finding one, it's now down to him and Calyx. What is a near mission impossible? Could be decided by a kill here from Calyx to find a way in. That's one. Bakiana from backside. AK rings out. One more to go. And Mary throws it in. All for one potential kill, but not even that. A Hail Mary play, which not or has not paid off. Well, with initial banana control coming to an end. Give it a little bit of respect here. At the same time, apartments push. One that aim will be caught up in, but not entirely all of the NIP. They had to get on making a big play at the same time, but even a bigger play comes from Calyx. Finding 1 and 2 and masked on that rotation. Eternal Fire, first round is on the board here. As we've seen as well in these last rounds, almost every single one of them. The money for NIP has not been great. Despite getting 5 in a row here, Eternal Fire have dealt so much damage that they are broke after one single round. Which is honestly insane. I feel like so rarely do we actually get to see it, but it is a part of the game that has to be considered as well. That's why the early economy, or at least some sort of safety net, should be established every single time. Here, Eternal Fire have stopped that from happening. Now, round 1 comes round 2. Quickly, weapons come back up for NIP. Now, if already, right, 5 rounds in a row, they managed to get here. Honestly, it looked pretty damn good. Need to get a couple more here as well, right? 6, 7 rounds. More than good for an Inferno CT side. Problems might arise in the actual defense department of the game here, because Eternal Fire, now they've got themselves started, feel as if they are going to get a bit more control in the game, but they're exerting it even this round already. Despite Maris now being down to 29 HP, he's waiting to be sight. Playing passive all the way back there. Calyx at the same time, he's pulled back on A. Leaving mid as a whole question mark. All of brackets unknown, suddenly to Eternal Fire. They can't make a quick rotation on this. They'll have to wait for Mass to give some sort of confirmation on B. On that B side, you're going to have Mary to support with the flashbang as NIP make their way up. Where's the contact? There's the contact. Here's the flash. One trade. Mary, quick out of position. Towards the back side. Can't even get behind quad. Back as the AK can lose him to the wall. Enox and Calyx, what to do here? Both from the same position. It comes down to how do you want to do this here? Take your corners, but it's Naomi and aim in the same place, same position. And that's already made it difficult. For Calyx, at least narrows down his own viewpoints of where he has to check. Has the flash, it doesn't throw it, just baits him out for shots. Will bait out shoulders from Naomi and just let aim walk around. All the way to NIP taking 6. It's a fantastic return as well. Is Mary on the site unable to adjust or get into safety? That is the real detriment there after Mass finds the first one. There's a pretty damn good situation either way there for this NIP side to come back to. So, let's see what we can get done here. Talk about money for the NIP side being a bit of an issue. Still is. To a degree, of course, end up losing this round, but same as well goes to Eternal Fire. That's the exact same degree, but problems nonetheless. At the moment, a lot of apartments control being taken by NIP. Central play toward the A side is being set up here as well with Vilga. Other side of the map having found one of her own. Now taken down. All of B suddenly is defended. Nobody's going to be there, and out on A, Calyx. Sharp headshot angle will find Kiara. Leave NIP down to just for the last 2, and now just the 1. Very growing aggressive. Overstepping its boundaries almost, but it does not come at the cost of punishment. Out on B is the end of the round. Orb collected as well. Emor can get that back. Timeout for NIP here. But it's got to be a little bit of a return here for the Steve side. So, out of round number 10 coming up next here, and again, money's still a problem for that IP side as mentioned previously. Just the pistols. But a chance for Eternal Fire to build up any sort of a safety net for potential round up to 12. We'll see how that one might shape up then and there as well, but a little while until we get there. Won't plan to either way for NIP. That's, I imagine, the bare minimum what they're looking for, at least. Not the bare minimum, but the goal that they're looking for, and it's all been denied by one single person. Calyx, easy enough over time with an A with S, unarmored players, headshots, it's clean, it's nice. And on the other side of the map as well, Vilga can't do all too much about it. And it's kept clean. There's that money. Now they won't have to worry about anything that happens in this one. Financially speaking. They'll have to worry about what happens in this round itself, results-wise. But financially speaking, they're A-okay, all good. Openings found as well. It's just basically open the phone at this point. We're seeing it plenty of times in this map already. Push down to B, trade, an opening. Nothing surprising or crazy about it, but it's this set of Eternal Fire where they do want to make a stand. Barry still sticks close by, while Mass, I'm not sure what he was doing. I do not know what he was doing. Run off to the site, we'll find one. Zana down to keep it on a 3-on-3 here. They'll look to hunt him down at least somewhat, covering enough of the bomb plant. But another one. There's still Mass, the A1S. Keeps on singing. The other problem is, do you want a bomb plant now or wait for your teammate? Up and down. That's now the pressure on Eternal Fire. Off for the retake as well. Calyx has got a little bit of strafe with that one. The other's not pretty. I have the CT side as well. See, second smoked out of CT, and that's just disgusting. United the best way in. Mass as well on the boost, immediately spotted. In a real tough situation, and that is NIP just maneuvering with the utility they have. The absolute best degree. Mass can take down one more, yes, but now will do very little. Round does go to NIP here. 7 take down for the C side, or maybe even 8. Why not give them a little bit of payback from map 1? Is the fight. Naomi. Just about seen. Phoenix lucky the flash fades off in time. Felt like should have been a different sort of kill, different sort of duel out towards the B side to start off. But nonetheless, the way the quick crumbles this time is leave that T side down a man. Or down a player, now 2 out of 3, just all going down to bar for 1. If at least lets them know where she's coming from. One swing for it already. He's masked, not afraid of a challenge nor a fight. Oh, it's got to be 8-4, but still a very strong NIP first half. I feel like the only mistakes, or the only reason that Eternal Fire at this point do get towards that vibe is from how these rounds were set up from the start for NIP. In the sense that they didn't really have anybody straggling when they hit a bomb site. They didn't leave anybody to lurk a little bit further back to secure any sort of fallback position. Locked in on those sites so often. I feel like that's the only reason we don't see them at 8, right? They ran out of money immediately after, even after 5 rounds in a row. I imagine if they had a bit of money, some sort of a safety net, and the story would have been a whole lot different, but as it is, 7-5 is the score. NIP lead. So, 7-5. Looking at to see who's going to come out victorious for the pistol itself here. So far, we've gone 2-for-1 NIP. Both the first pistols in these maps. Total Fire won that second on the overpass, and now they're looking to come back here as well. See how things do continue. A very tough setup to get past here. 4 players, dual weight. There's a nade on the CT side as well if they want to try to break over to something of utility, but that's actually on Naomi on the other side of the map, and instead it comes down to straight up and aim duels and nothing else. In which, NIP do come out victorious, but the map they have, and Beanox suddenly left alone. Who's put on a short, rotation is the question. Naomi now reveals herself as well, somewhere on long. It's a 1 versus 1 that Beanox is trying to maintain and get away from. They cannot nail the shots. Down he goes, an NIP second pistol in the bag. Perfect start here for them. Take 9. Gotta be careful of these. They are pretty damn strong. Featuring a Mac 10. Sprinkling a little bit of that on top. Bad advantage. 3 smokes, by the way. Keep that in mind. 3 smokes on the tunnel fire. 1 now deployed again towards CT. There's the next one. It's into ruins. Beanox 1 still remains. Good boost. Find him, take him down, Calyx out. What do you do now? Have to wait out that utility and time is low already. There's 1 kid that's on Kiara, and they've seemingly decided to call back as well. With that utility is all they need to lock in around number 6. It's Tech 9s. Actually just 1 kill with the Tech 9, 1 of the Mac 10, but it's close enough. The fast B, the spirit is there. So is there out, and that's just how it is. Chip away at the T side HP to start things off here as well, but NIP nonetheless. Down 1 defender toward the B side. That means the A side as well here at the moment. It is going to be a little bit weakened with rotations called off. 1. Next away, Zana. The Archers will let Mari pass just barely. 24 HP to his name. An aim in pit. She waits for her own opportunity. Not without the T side of being aware of her own place. What's the pit? That smoke as well. Look at hide, wait. Lighter time, but just barely maybe survive, but Emor wants to keep this locked down. There's 1 in the meantime. Kiora just saves her teammate. And there's the trades coming through as well. Down to 2-1-2, and one more opportunity through the edge of the smoke. That's some Astralis smoke settings right there. Yara might have saved this one, and absolutely has. With Vilga joining for the last one, that is a hell of a retake coming in for NIP. A small overstep that leads to an entire round being lost there. First Yara, a smaller gap she finds, a jump above the smoke, sees Emor just barely, saves her teammate, and then does it again. It's absolutely ridiculous. Opening foul, Zana. On the LWP, with Emor now down already. That's making this round a whole different sort of words when it comes to Steez and what they're going to be, what they will be doing, simply put. Alex down as well. Osby seems to go down to the drain. Well, nothing approach toward the B side. That's going to be a step late as well. Boat goes down, sure, that's fine. But you're requiring Mask to go above and beyond. The first one, they'll be painted in. Not even think about the trap that is built up at the back of the site. This is looking real damn good for NIP. Little fire, they are running out of chances here. And up here we're in the exact same position on map 1. Now it's their turn instead to get that payback. Forced us toward a third map of Mirage and Eternal Fire to somehow bring this one back. And it's all essentially that next round. Do or die. Flash is decent. Naomi run away before things get too hairy. Snipe as well with Vilga to assist. It's a very nice cleanup. Casualties, a total of 1. But even so, Naomi takes down 3 with her. But a good round, NIP. Proving to be a hell of a better Inferno team at the moment than Eternal Fire can it be. Right, maybe. Also goes as well a little bit to show that Eternal Fire have been putting in a bit more practice with Calyx and Emor now as well here. Or the Polish, sure, depends which way you want to look at it. To just a couple of other maps, perhaps, not Inferno at the moment, because it's not perfect. And it hasn't really been either in any recent times. Even if while the core... the Polish core was still on Sungal, this map was by no means a great one for them. So there is that to think about when you look at it. Name. Try to stay alive in the meantime. Apartments, however, do come a crumbling down here for the CT side. Their hold not as good as it was needed to. Same stuff with the B side, getting away with murder. 1 remains. Out in mini pit. Kiara needs to go nuclear here. That's 1 and 2. Maybe good enough. With Vilga on the case, on the side, Master alone. They're not afraid of a fight. There's no one need his teammate there. Like I said, it felt like a do or die there. Don't want to go against map point 12-6. Keep them as away from it as far as possible. Get it back away. I think the early challenge there from just one in a fair few of these rounds already from NIP. Didn't fall back in the middle of it. It is a very successful tactic in terms of draining out the clock here. But when Eternal Fighters keep on pushing W essentially through that and they see you falling back, it's where the ruse, if you want to call it that, it does kind of fall short. But even in this one, apparently Naomi did go for round number 2. A risk attached to it, of course, but that's a risk they're willing to get it away with. For now, Eternal Fire, group up and head toward the B side. It's going to be three woman a trap waiting for them here as well, with Vilga being the biggest of them potentially, or maybe Kiara, depends. You can check the boost. Is it going to be smoked? Yes, it is. So will you still check this or not is a different question. Somebody might take a blind shot, maybe not. Dropping down and out in CT now as well. That's going to draw away attention. Well, at the back of the side, Kiara's down, and so is Naomi. That's the one. Eternal Fire walking to a three-person defended site, but it's still good enough for them to take away an advantage. Get that bomb dead and force NIP to be the ones on the move, and here as well, with just not enough utility to set this up. Not a situation they can walk away from unscathed. Zana the Orb will take away 1 on her return, but it does feel like the game is about we're about to be caught up to shortly here. Maybe I'm wrong, I probably am. Looking at the CT side of financials, though, things are not looking all that bright. A very important kill there for as well, or there as well for AIM. Keep that M4 alive, drop over 1 more. God damn! Utility is good. Double nades, Molly. Whole shebang going out, and the dogs wanting to disrespect. No flash needed. No way out. Already as well we mentioned how NIP do take that first shell and fall back not long after. Here that's fully capitalized upon. Both max turn and down they go. Alex cleaning up on the A site as well. Bowman's boiling into power position for any T side of lurkers as well. Suddenly 11-9. More. MRB Nox yet again pushing down toward the B side. All squad rolls out behind them. Take over. And I do like as well that Eternal Fire being very cautious, we can see on the minimap there on the actual site. Because we have seen these three-person traps toward the B-side and setups on NIP. We are getting accustomed to those. Here. Guarding a fallen AK as well is going to be Calyx. I think that is masked. Not far behind him. Hey, but Kiara, nice shots at least. Able to get him one AK-47, maybe. Maybe. Keep that as well, but no. Back at the A side now as well. NIP come out of B stack. It has not worked out all too well here. There's one hell of a defense required, and that's exactly what is being administered. Eber and Calyx trying their absolute best, but Naomi holds on the side. Suddenly B knocks out of the smoke. And one more to go with a 1-on-3 in nearly an instant. To be dealt with. Bomb is down. And Vilga approaches with the FAMAS. It's the round secured as well. NIP just about to reach 12. It's the initial defense as well. Hey, but Kiara, that the hold they have is fantastic. Without even one of those kills, it's a whole different sort of story. But in this one, it is a 12-10 map point. Faster pace that we're seeing Eternal Fire pick up here needs now some sort of change to it as well, perhaps. It is back to what the B side. That's where they do find the success now in these last few rounds. Immediate change toward the A side. In fact, L had it to them. So, how do you do this? Full-on approach. Actually, a straight applied. It's 4 players making this approach toward the side of the 3 to defend it. Utility is decent. B-Nox is better. AK beams away the first one. It doesn't even need to see him. Good for the CT side as well. Wanting a second challenge at this. Good trade. But a good opening yet again, or good continuation for Naomi. It doesn't change the fact that NIP down 1. Play this cemented as well toward the B side. It does seem like we are calling this one quits. No retaking the cause of the NIP side, and with that financial status, more than a reason as well to go for the save here. Fall back, let's try again in that next round, for it could be the last. If not, we're looking at overtime here. That's the... well, those are the only 2 options we have available to us. But either way, we know 12-11 is going to be the scoreline. Even this as well, I'm just going to try to look here, because I feel like I've completely forgot. Yeah, it's a little bit of loss spread that's going around on NIP. Uh-oh, that's an issue. A big issue, actually. I was gonna say, a lost bonus is decent enough to drop at least the bare minimum. But now that might have affected things a little bit. Not all too badly. Would have been one extra M4 instead of an MP9, but all the essentials are there. Now we're gonna see if NIP can close this out. Do we need that overtime? Do we need map 3? Let's find out. Out on Pete. An early attempt by Emor. The second one's going to be a straggler. Walking through the smoke. That's not the sort of approach I expect. Kind of a good team, but Eternal Fire getting a little bit too ahead of themselves almost, but it's still leading them to a B side. Bomb goes down. Set themselves up for this. What do you do? Phoenix all the way into ruins. Smoke's not perfect. Lets them move around this as well. The CT side. Yara make that exact play. Give his teammates a little bit of room to maneuver, and now it's just the one. Beanox at the edge of the smoke. He waits. He waits. And they arrive at the CT side as NIP closing out their map pick. We are headed to a third and final one in this series. We are going to be deciding this one on a little bit of Mirage, and that is one hell of a game that we get out of NIP. Beanox played his absolute hard on 27 kills, one hell of a series for him, or map for him. First map was Emor like 22 and 13 or something along those lines, like 17 rounds. A massive performance, but for this one, is NIP still coming out on top here? Aim leads to top of the leaderboard alongside Kiara there for her team. And that is going to be a map number 3 required. And so, I'm going to be very interested to see how that one is going to be played out as well, right? Not a lot of data in terms of NIP and how the stats and all that go for them. Mirage, they played it, I think, like 5 times this year so far, and that's a whole different issue line topic, like I talked about it earlier as well, just not playing as much, or having the ability to play as much. But for Eternal Fire for the last few months as well, they've been pretty damn good. Yeah, this is the majority control, so Expermida, now Exangal, the Polish core, pretty damn good when it comes to this map. Like 7 out of 10 games one of the last few months, and now they've got Calix and Emor as well to add a little bit more firepower. It's not going to be easy, for sure, but NIP Impact, let's see if they can take this reverse sweep and eliminate Eternal Fire from the competition or not after this break.
Oh! Duvido ter alguém aí. Caralho, o que eu apertei aqui, mano? Ctrl Z. Duvido ter alguém aí, mano. Duvido ter alguém aí. Vou botar até a cara. Duvido. É, acordei 4 horas da manhã hoje. Ah, mais underground, do nada. Vou ver qual é o horário do próximo jogo aqui. Pô, inventei de surfar hoje daqui a pouco. Cheio de coisa de trabalho pra fazer. Puta, tem que ficar dando esporro nos meus amigos depois de velho. Deixa eu voltar aqui. Rato barabíssimo, nosso monstro. Qual é o barista? Agora esse rapaziada que tá chegando aí, puta, sem boné, sem boné, tá estranho. Eu vou... Calma aí, muita coisa pra fazer, mano. Muita coisa pra fazer, mas a gente desenrola tudo. Ó, vai ter o jogo agora. Entre. Primeira coisa que eu vou fazer é isso. Ó, ia botar 1 a 1 ali, mas não tem por que botar, né? Deixa eu botar aqui. Se tem alguns erros. Oh, deixa eu ver, eu vou ter que abrir o Telegram aqui no Telegram. Pô, como eu vou desenrolar isso, rato feliz? Já voltamos aí, galera. Valeu, Diogo Oliveira, obrigado pelo follow, irmão. Tamo junto. O jogo já deve começar aí. 2 minutinhos eu volto. Falei com o Marciano e com o Lanjinho, mano. Bom dia pra vocês. Calma aí, já volto aí, já volto aí. Ué, voltei, família. Vou tá meio escuro, né? Pô, não sei nem por onde começar o que fazia, mano. Não sei nem por onde começar o que fazia. Inventei de pegar, mano, um trampo. Mais um, né? E agora eu tô desde 4 horas da manhã acordado. Basicamente a vida é essa. Mas fiz a boa também, já abri a live aqui. E deixa eu pôr o áudio aqui do DG. Daqui a pouco eu vou ter que sair. Agradecer a rapaziadinha que tá chegando aí, mano. Esse joguinho aqui, mal ou bem, vai ser legal de ver. Nip Impact contra Eternal Fire. Rolou overpass. A Eternal Fire picou, ganhou de 3-4. Segundo mapa foi Inferno ali, ganhou de 3-11. Eu achei que fosse pro OT ali, ficou naquele GG OT. 12-11 pra Nip, mas ele fechou. E agora vamos ter Mirage. Grande mapa também, então agradecer a rapaziada que tá. Poderia ser um jogo de Colônia, né? Mas não é. Agradecer os cabeça vermelha do YouTube aí, quem puder deixar o like, tamo junto. Queria botar aqui 1 a 1, né? Dá pra colocar? No placar aí 1 a 1. YouTube da Ratão também. Deixa eu ver. Calma aí, a galera que falou comigo no YouTube eu não respondi, mano. Caralho, eu sou um merda mesmo. Agora que eu vi a mensagem. Pô, postei um videozinho no YouTube ontem, tá dando bom também. Tá, quase 300 views. Agradecer a galera que fortaleceu. Eu não consigo ver meu chat. Basicamente a vida é essa. Não tô conseguindo ver meu chat do YouTube. Meus espectadores vão ficar tristes e vão desistir da live. Vou entrar como se eu fosse um espectador mesmo. Olha lá, Rodrigo Ave. Qual é, Ratão, que você precisa de ajuda? Precisa de trabalho, só acessa YouTube. Twitch não pode ficar aí, mano. Tu é cria, tu é cria. Tropa do Mechas. Calma aí. Muita coisa pra eu fazer, mano. Eu preciso traduzir um livro. Traduzindo já. Joga nas 11, né? Pô, vou botar como é que eu queria pra ele aqui também. Telegram. Vamos aí, rapaziada. Ratão joga nas 11. Tô pensando em português e inglês. Mano, português é muito difícil. Tem muita palavra difícil. Será que a menina me respondeu? Eu falei que tem alguns erros, viu? Mano, minha irmã é professora de inglês, se quiser passo o contato dela, mas deixa pros amigos da tropa do México que ajuda pelo cascalho. Então, eu vou fortalecer a graninha, mano. Acho que mechas tanca, mano. Eu tenho uma ideia, eu vou mandar o documento pra mechas. Fora que ele tá em aula agora, né? Deixa eu ver aqui, eu não mandei pra ele não. Cadê mechas? Eu mandei pra Vinícius. Vinícius ia me perguntar, mas Vinícius é foda, Vinícius é curioso. Oi. Pô, pedi pra minha irmã também, minha irmã, mano. Não deu muita moral. Vou resolver isso aqui. Vou resolver isso daqui. Pô, o videozinho que eu postei no YouTube ontem tá dando bom, mano. Fiquei feliz, acordei hoje, tava quase 300 views. Moleque, meu sonho é tipo assim, meus vídeos do YouTube duro dá 1000 views. Mas ainda não chegamos nessa meta, né? Qual é, Fire Rubrum? As garotas ganharam o mapa Let's Go. É, mano, vai tomando. As meninas são sinistras, filho, dessa Limp Impact aí. Vai que ela reganha. Mulher contra homem, literalmente. Ganharam 13-11. E agora é Mirage, tá? Mirage tudo pode acontecer, filho. Elas ganharem outra não custa. Papo reto.
Alright, welcome back. Map
começou.
number 3 here on Eternal Fire NIP Impact. Still at it. After one hell of an Inferno game. We've decided we're not done with this one just yet and we'll continue instead here. So let's get it. On the A sides where the smokes will land, and it is going to be NIP to make their way through, with one already spotted back in CT. Ding is now to 27. Calyx still lives just about barely. Continuation coming from the CT side,
Isso já tem
apparently.
clean feed aqui pra
They've
nós.
let NIP in, but they're not getting anything from it. The round itself, just about done. Wow. It's incredibly clean. There we go.
Hoje 6.
Round at the back of the CT side, with denying the bottom plat as well. NIP not going to have any money for any of those force by shenanigans to start off this one. But so far, one thing we've seen in rounds like this from Overpass, and maybe partly as well, not really, we didn't get to see that on Inferno, I'm lying. We saw Eternal Fire doing very well against these anti-ecos, or with these anti-ecos. Didn't really have any issues with them, so I am expecting a little bit of money to be injected early on as well here. And that's kind of what we do see. Not a whole lot, but weapons do come out for NIP immediately. Let's see how much more we might see here. And what else do we see? But that's... We go to mid, we go to Vinox, and we say goodbye to
Calma aí,
Vinox.
galera. Fazendo 20 coisas ao mesmo tempo. Padrão,
Fighting
estilo
against
rato
3
feliz.
NIP members, and it's CLT side, everybody in the
Aqui
land of the
começou o
living.
mapa, as meninas estão jogando de TR. E cara, eu acho que a gente não vai ter o feed, mano, desse jogo, sabia?
NIP, they just very casually
Então acho que a
strolled
gente
up
só vai
here,
ver esse
aiming
mapinha
connected
aqui
now as well.
mesmo e fé em Deus, mano.
That's her side to just limiting rotations for the moment. Turn fire. How ready
Mas
are they gonna be?
agradecer a
More
rapaziada que tá aí.
than ready. That second is a nasty shot as well to have come through. Would have been found by aim as well. That left them search back toward the A side
O
if they so
chat
choose
tá...
to.
Qual é o Mário que Mário?
Well,
Mário que
still
Mário
somewhere
brotou
back
aí
on a
mais
short.
cedo.
Maybe the rotation as well has been hurt. I'm not too sure.
Pô, essa mensagem da
Hard to see,
Betbull tá
but
saindo a
nonetheless,
cada
no
minuto,
matter
né?
what,
Não sei
Mass
tirar isso.
cannot afford to lose his life. The only B defender at the moment.
Deixa eu tentar desativar aqui.
It is one more found as Naomi
Acredito que me ensinou.
now removed from the action. Mass getting very comfortable with the speed duel as well, having heard of the dink. Continues to go for the duels and eventually will find himself one more, and aim left alone. There's at least a little bit of time here. If he finds Mass, she finds Mass quickly, that's the key to get that bomb. Take the run for it, but the question is, where are these follow-up players? Not expecting 2 on 8, that's for sure. And that's seemingly what's put this round to an end as well. There's not really enough time for this, surely not. One duel is there, and that's the round itself.
As meninas estão lascadas nesse mapa, isso sim.
Aim will hold on to the 8k at least. However, Eternal Fire, another round of the board here. That's 3 from what is essentially a nasty, nasty shot from Emor.
Pronto.
That second is nothing to
Desativei essa
scoff
merda.
at.
Agradecer os cabeça vermelha do YouTube aí. O Mário que Mário é amigo das antigas de mechas, sério mesmo? Caralho aí, Mário que Mário, não sabia dessa não, hein? Quer dizer, eu sabia. O Mário que Mário tá sempre na live e sempre fortalece o... Ele, o papo reto.
There's that. Out towards A. Shadow spotted. And Calix dead.
Pô, tem esse meta da... O Mário que Mário me falou essa porra esses dias já, não sei, mano, mas eu sei que o Mário que Mário tá direto aí na live aí, cria.
At CT Sport will be removed.
E o Mário que Mário devia ser do Salesiano também, né? Eu acho que o Mário que Mário é do Salesiano também.
Teammates in the grave, not yet seemingly. But this is
Mechas
a
é
round
muito
win for
famoso,
NIP.
mano. Inclusive, Mechas mandou mensagem agora aqui. No WhatsApp. Vou ver aqui.
Early duels yet again. Mid seems to be a constant place for these in this game, and I'm loving it. Especially the pace, right? Especially the pace in which NIP are
Vambora,
challenging for
rapaziada.
this. Now we're seeing Eternal Fire as well.
Aqui, vamos
Fight back a
resolvendo.
bit
Eu acho
more
que eu...
aggressively.
Acho que eu vou conseguir resolver isso. Pô, Renatinho, que é meu amigo
In this
mais
situation, those are just the
inteligente.
early greetings. After said early greetings as well, we do go back
Botei isso aqui. Pô, mano,
and
meu
more to the
navegador
A
não tá
side
ponta
here
firme.
with one all the way still
Travou a
back in
porra toda
underpath.
aqui.
That's going to be AIM waiting for her own opportunity as well to start making a move.
Ixi, Maria, não sei pra que eu fui mexer, travou mais ainda. Tomara que volte. Volta. Voltou. Não vou mexer
To
não.
maneuver in this situation. Not really the picture, but waiting for her teammates nonetheless. Any rotations? That's her job. Khaled, in the meantime, his job, defend the side itself here. It's not going well. Drill through the box, he's dead. Barry will take one with him. Dink toward Naomi as well. The little Beretta. Oh, decent to deal the damage, but a little bit too at the ground. Too low aiming. Retake begins with mask down quickly. Naomi somewhere on the side, but where's the question? There it is, the answer. Emor dead. But Mary, the longer he takes, the worse it gets.
Mais roundzinho das meninas, hein? Não entrega não,
Yeah, Naomi,
não. Tira a
yes,
cara, não precisa dar cara, não precisa
Alice is
dar
going to be a
cara.
problem now as well.
Vai
There's no
sair
time for this.
correndo. Pô, minha voz tá muito...
Gotta take a
Minha
risk
voz
every
tá
now
muito
and then,
baixa.
and here was playing a little bit
E a
too
dos
safe.
caras tá muito alta, tá, né?
But if nothing,
Fazer
like, you
isso,
can
pronto.
still
Botei a voz dos caras mais baixinha e a minha voz um pouco mais alta pra vocês curtirem um pouco mais a live, é isso? É isso que é o meta? Eu não sei qual é o meta não, mano, vocês têm que me falar qual é o meta. Deixa eu ver isso aqui. 31B. Calma aí. Pô, amigo.
Couple of her own, and there's one more from long range. Shows what she can do as well. We've seen very little of her so far. Inferno, maybe not the greatest. Overpasses wasn't really a map where NIP had as much to say overall. So it is good to see. It's good to see what she can do as well here.
Pô, preciso gravar mais vídeo pro YouTube, mano. Como é que eu vou desenrolar essa situação, chat? Hoje eu já marquei coisa. Já peguei mais coisa pra fazer.
Again, continuing with the mid plays, but this time it's more passive for Eternal Fire. They're holding for window. Jungle, that's going to be where they make their stat here, it seems. Vinox may be looking for a gap in that window smoke. Gotta keep an eye on it at least. This teeth out of Naomi. So it fades. Does Vinox has had to take this one immediately.
Pô, tomara que dê certo isso aqui, mano. Hopefully yes. Olha a Vilga, como é que ela joga, filho? Só bala na cara. Tomando. Ah, só vou falar bem dela. Só eu falar. Azedou. Total. Pra rapaziada da NIP. Pô, cara. Ai, tá tão difícil a vida. Hoje é que dia? Quarta ainda? Não é possível, mano. Hoje é quinta, né? Hoje é quinta. Por que eu fiz de errado essa semana, mano? Caralho, mano. Quinta-feira já.
Even with that save, it's not going to be perfect by the CT side here, but actually just about enough. Yeah, one Molotov. Alex's utility belt is missing. That's it. Slightly better by that I actually ended up assuming I misread that loss, but it's fine. It is fine, A-okay, and all is good. Imor. Mr. Nate. Mary didn't miss a bullet. Don't know what it didn't matter. There's the trades as well toward the A side with an entrance. Quite on to Calix and CT spawn. Alleviate some of the early pressure, Kiara, if you want. Can go out. For now, it's a little bit slow. CT side as well, we can see Eternal Fire. The rotations are here on the site. Two now in CT. Flash themselves in. There's one from Kiara in the crosshairs, but unable to finish the job. Didn't assume the re-swing was coming through instead. We're seeing that T-side walking in. With a couple both out of CT into these fights. Naomi had a lot of trouble and one more added to it. There's Matt from behind.
Onde PDF. Eu fico em silêncio assim porque eu... Quando eu escrevo em inglês eu não consigo, mano, falar, mano. Corretão, você tem que botar esse microfone profissional aí. Vou botar agora. Ih, pior que eu tô sem o... Eu tô sem o... Se bem que eu acho que isso aqui funciona, funciona não? Vou testar. Vou testar o microfone aqui, hein. Mexe Pop Nit. Ué, parou de funcionar o som. Caralho, que merda que eu fiz, hein. Vou botar o microfone aqui, calma aí. Voltou? Aí, tá me ouvindo? Vou mudar o meu fone aqui, hein. Vou mudar meu fone, tá preparado? Mudei. Alô, alô. Uma boa noite a todos. Agora eu estou no microfone profissional. E aí, gostaram da mudança? Alô, deu pra perceber a mudança? Agora, mano, eu acho que se eu pisar no chão vocês escutam, pô. Deixa eu ver como é que tá minha voz. É muito diferente. Se bem que não, né? Não sei, mano. E aí, cadê? Mandou botar o microfone profissional. E sumiu, pô. Isso aí não existe. Eu vou tirar o mic profissional. Eu vou tirar o mic profissional. E vou botar o mic normal. Vamos ver se vocês percebem a diferença. Agora eu tô com o mic normal. E aí, nem melhor nem pior, apenas diferente? Nem melhor nem pior, apenas diferente. Com certeza, trabalhando. Ficou melhor. Eu troquei o outro. Eu troquei, Ave. Troquei. Aí, vai tomando. O profil é muito melhor. Sério mesmo, viado. Pô, mano, eu não consigo usar o profil, sabia? Não consigo me sentir à vontade nele. Eu acho que vaza muito som externo. Se alguém gritar lá fora. Just need Portuguese PDF file. I am doing.
Round 11. NIP a little bit driving the bottom of the barrel in terms of financials and all of that. How do you want to set these rounds up, man? Now, mid, that's been the focal point of NIP in almost every single round that we've seen, bar for like maybe 2, not excluding pistols such as the last.
Cadê você, Brunada? Profi é melhor, mas eu não tive coragem ainda de usá-lo. Eu vou voltar com o Profi. Em breve. O máximo de espectador hoje que chegou foi... tá bom. Deixa eu fechar isso aqui. Deixa eu ver se o amigo falou alguma coisa no Discord.
Somebody threw the flashbang, just weren't sure where that flash came from. A little bit of timer left off the clock, so felt like he was dead, man. Apparently not.
Vambora, rapaziada. Aqui, 7-4. Agradecer mais uma vez a galerinha que tá aí. Eu estou aqui fazendo... complicado. As meninas aqui tem um jogo difícil, mas não é impossível, né? Tinha que ganhar esse round aí. F. Foi caindo uma por uma. 8-4 e aí, dá pra buscar? Não dá pra buscar? Pô, a menina ganhar aqui ia calar a boca de muita gente, né? Ia calar a boca de muita gente. Vocês sabem disso. Agradecer a rapaziadinha que tá aí. Eu acho que esse jogo aqui vai ser o último que a gente vai fazer, porque eu vou até tirar do... Vou até tirar da HLTV aqui.
That is going to be the first half done. With an 8-4 scoreline as well here.
Ó, depois na sequência é Silas contra ROSY.
Like we said, kind of, or somewhat of Inferno as well. NIP had a bit of a tough
Até
time.
poderia deixar aqui, mas 11h45, aí o outro vai começar. Se bem que eu posso deixar ligado, né? O outro tá programado para começar 2 horas. Devo voltar. Devo voltar. Eu vou deixar essa porra aí, então. Vou deixar isso aí. Não custa nada. Mais uma vez agradecer a galera que tá chegando aí. 8 pra NIP. Tá errado ali, né? Na verdade tá 8 pra Eternal Fire e 4 pra NIP. A NIP tá jogando de CT. Tá errado aí pra quem tá aí na Kik, no YouTube. Pra quem tá aí na Twitch também. Não se confundam não, mano. A HUD tá errada. E aqui as meninas estão de TR e estão invadindo o bomb, mano. Ela tá dando bom pra elas. Tá dando ruim pra elas, mano. Tá dando ruim pra elas que elas estão jogando de CT. 2x3. Opa! Kiara! Deram a chance pra elas. Elas têm um retake ali, 2x2. Tem que acreditar. Ah, Kiara caiu. Ah! Mary tem nick de mulher, mas é homem. Acabou derrubando todo mundo. 9-4 pra NIP. 9-4 pra Eternal Fire. Tá azedando, né, rapaziada? Tá azedando pra rapaziada e pra menina. Por incrível que pareça. Bom, mais uma vez agradecer a rapaziada que tá aí. Ratão. Pensando aqui qual é a boa.
There's Eagles. Pistols. What do you got? There's 1 and 2. However, that's one done.
Ai, ai.
Quick one at least.
Mais
No
um
need to,
round.
no need to delay with
Da
the pistols
Eternal
any
Fire e não da
further. You can
NIP.
just
Tá tudo errado, mano.
have them be as quick as you want.
Tudo errado.
So, with the round of 10 at the board, we're looking to see if this one will be.
Pô, queria muito conseguir resolver esse problema que eu tô.
Right, this is exactly the same situation we had on Overpass 8-4. Eternal Fire, Pistol 1.
Agradecer a rapaziada da Kik aí. 4 espectadores da Kik, mano. Tem que respeitar a Kik. A galera tá indo pra Kik, não tem ad. Aqui, agora as meninas segurarem. Vilga levou a primeira, mas a Naomi caiu ali pro Imor. E aqui, nossa, caiu a Kiara também.
Good shot. Masked.
O bomba é deles. Eternal Fire é mais conhecido aí como plano turco, né? O plano turco, ou mais que diga.
Oh, God!
Poucas ideias. Se bem que esse Eternal Fire aí não é mais a Eternal Fire da Eternal Fire do plano turco, né? Agora a Eternal Fire é polaca. Agora é só jogador polonês. Mentira. Tem 2 jogadores turcos. O Imor é turco, o Calix é turco.
Holy hell.
Mas de resto aí é tudo polaco.
Out of,
E tá rolando também IAM Colônia. Complexo contra Tailu.
Map 2 got Binox 27. Here we're getting Mass 24.
Um jogo bom lá também.
Already he's gone, or he might be going past what had on Overpass at least per round. 17 rounds, 22 kills. Actually, yeah, no, he's gone past that already. So, having one hell of a game. That's for sure. Binox, not so much. Walking into the crosshair. Dead. Dead.
Até que um bom eco, né?
Not in the land of the living. Aim last alive. He does have that as an
Mas já vai fazer o 2 e vai ficar azedo para as meninas.
Good old try with 2 players down to 1 HP essentially.
Tá azedando.
Here's the big.
Esta aqui é a grande verdade.
Currently on the other side of the map as well, looking for the bomb.
Pouco a pouco tá azedando para as meninas. Mas só de ter um mapa aí, né? Elas devem estar felizes.
Keep in mind, she's not doing a whole lot better either, just on 2 HP as well. Just waiting for confirmation on A or B before she makes that move.
Né, não?
Confirmation planted on B. Run away. Doesn't know what to give this one a try instead. Save this one. Save the AK-47 and fight the next round with some better utility. But this is, in this case, giving away match point to Eternal Fire.
Proposal accept. É preciso muito amor. Bora. Cadê meu tradutor que estava aberto aqui?
So, moving on to round number 17 to see where this one is going to be taking us.
Gerenciar acesso.
How the game perhaps might end or might extend. We already had this conversation once before. Could it end here or not? It was way back in around 10 or 11. Doesn't matter. Very little difference. Nope. Moving on.
Vixe,
Zana on the
abre.
site.
Zana
Ring it out for a few
fez a
shots.
jogada boa
Very
agora,
important
hein?
ones at this
Não vou
point as
perder
well.
ainda não, hein? Ô,
Fast
Ziquei.
married, both responding.
2x3.
Of their own to try and deny this
Kiara
one.
não tá tendo
Still
sorte, né não? Só tá
continue
tomando,
this
mano.
game. Bass is making a hell of a gamble here. Massive one with the bomb in tow, and he's gonna
E aqui vai acabar, hein,
losing
mano.
that, leaving Mary alone and stranded.
E aqui tô sentindo que vai
I
dar
can also
ruim,
see
vai
the play
acabar,
being
hein?
made there. I really can't. At least not the execution behind it. The idea, sure, through jungle or connector and go back to B, but massive fumble of the plan itself, leaving Mary alone and NIP to give
Duríssimo.
some sort of opportunity. Any information that he could work with here? Perhaps even a headshot? Who knows? With an AK-47, anything's doable. Not this one, though. Aim also had an AK-47, you know, balances things out. 50-50 in that regard, and there you go, NIP. Not done with the game yet.
Rapaziada.
Being picked up here. Comeback
Haha.
might begin here. Who knows?
Beleza. Entendi o meta.
So, weaponry still available for the T side of a total fire as well for NIP. Early information given to one of the B side.
Entendi o meta.
Decent. And are now aiming ready to take a fight. More than enough utility though. More than enough utility. Flashbang's dead. Holds bank. Everything is there. So on the CT side. Delivering one hell of a defense, but he want to make his way up. Cow walking short then finds two of his own AK-47 shots. What looked like an incredible solid defense. Quickly turned away and quickly gets ripped away.
Beleza.
It turns around for just a moment in this game.
Beleza, Rato Feliz. Aqui acabou, galera.
Set in stone by Eternal Fire. They'll take the series 2-1. Inferno not their best. But here in Mirage, things look a whole lot different, a whole lot better at the end of the day. And so, we will have to say goodbye to NIP Impact here. This is going to be elimination match as well. The loser ended up going home.
We have to say goodbye.
Does not mean we're done for today. Does not mean we're done for today. Does not mean Eternal Fire's not either. But for today, they are. We'll come back to them later. For right now, we'll continue over towards our next few games over the day. That'll be Group A's winner's match and then a Group B's winner's match. That we'll get
Agora eu tinha que pegar aquele outro que eu peguei. Eu tinha um outro highlight que eu não tinha não.
Mr. Tail over Seard. There we go. Gotta get the whole government name in there as well. So, you'll be taking the next few games.
Bom, galera, vou entrar numa callzinha aqui.
I'm sure. Versus 33 in the best era as well to close out the day. And a interesting new look at Sinners. International roster, you know, who I don't know about that one, but
Ligar pra minha mãe aqui rapidinho, galera. Já volto.
I'm sure. And before I do clock out as well, for Sinners, this is something that I just cannot get over. You've got a guy called Stressarn, not even Swedish, by the way, and I feel like that's a crime against somebody. It's just a crime against somebody, that, and the whole Swedish Counter-Strike in history, maybe, but nonetheless, we'll, I'm gonna let Tail talk about that if he feels like it. For me, I'm gonna be done for today, and so, I'll turn things over. We'll be back in about 15-ish minutes, maybe 20, for that next game of the day, Sinners versus ROSY, so don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the CCT. My name's Over, and I'll be your guide for the last two games of the day. It's going to be two more best of threes ahead of us, and as we've just seen the schedule in the waiting screen, of course, those two best of threes will be Sinners versus Senza, first and foremost, coming up next, and we'll talk about that in a moment's notice, and then afterwards, it's going to be another one, and, well, it's more the second one that I think I'm looking forward to, perhaps, because Sinners and Senza, I'm expecting Sinners to win 2-0. Meanwhile, for that second match, it's a match between Betera and I'm not even going to try and pronounce the name of the other team, but nonetheless, it's a weird team. It's 33 TPU, and we'll talk about it more for you. In any case, the next match ahead of us, as we said, Sinners versus Senza. Let's jump into the details, starting off with Senza, in fact. I want to get them off the hook, or rather not the hook, but more off the board first. And that's not going to be Senza. That's the NIP Impact team that just played and unfortunately lost against Eternal Fire. Tough match. Imor pulled out some amazing numbers, and well done, Nexus. That was quite a good cast as well. But beyond that, as we said, go to the second team of Sinners, where we will talk more in detail about recent changes, especially how well they've been implemented into the squad. And just like we talked yesterday about Dynamo Eklot and their changes, being brought up recently, Sinners, I mean, two new faces, Kiserek and Stresaran, both have done a great job for the squad so far. I think they've seemingly been implemented perfectly, really. Beastic, as I said before, I had the pleasure to talk with him at an occasion and have a bit of an interview going. And, by his own words and the way he was calm and collected, he seems like a great IGL to bring in new blood and start showing them the ways of Czech and even Slovak CS. But for that being said, Sinners today, I think this should be a no questions asked kind of scenario. This could have been an email kind of thing. It should be a 2-0. I have no doubt in my mind today we'll see the true power of what a team that is on the steady rise to the top have in store. I'm expecting them to give it their best. Yesterday, their neighbors or their friends, however you want to call them, Dynamo Eklot got a little bit, well, either humiliated or otherwise lost. Regardless, they lost. And today, I think it's time for cold-served revenge, as it is best. And yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping it's going to be a great one. The veto will give us an idea where we're going to go, presumably towards the maps we'd seen for the last few days in rotation, starting off with either Dust or Mirage. And yeah, it's going to be Mirage first. Sinner's going to pick their steady and the safe pick really for them. It's kind of the go-to map. I mean, can we say it's a smart pick against ROSY or Senza? I would say maybe not in this case. I would expect that Mirage is going to be a tough battle no matter how you pick it. And Sinners have been a little bit on and off in the past of it. But at this point, what I'm thinking is, they pick Mirage because they feel like this is where they can show up and glow up and kind of put Senza down fully, really show them who they're dealing with. And Dust as the second map, now that comes as a bit of a left field peak, especially given how poorly it's been recently for Senza. Yet again, it showcases it's a weak point for Sinners as well, right? With Overpass being the insta-ban for Sinners. Well, that's what you'd expect. It was Inferno, in fact, that was removed. The Overpass was the second removed map. Regardless, with Overpass being a new map and Sinners maybe not yet adjusting fully to it to play it, Dust 2 is in the works and kind of sends a pick a smart choice here, I would say, even if it is not the best for them. Regardless, let's kind of see into what is coming up next, as we have to apparently go to a short technical break. I do apologize for the delay, but we'll be back as soon as we know more.
Só T.
Bayek and Drow Ranger will
Oh!
fight, but
Qual é,
for
rapaziada?
how long is the
Voltamos pra
better
casa
question.
raiz
And
aqui,
Shock,
vamos aí.
whilst he is in danger, most likely dying even. Drow Ranger has the number, though the engagement doesn't go his way, and Shock will clean it up easily. Sinners take
Ih, como
another
é que tá
round
esse
for their
jogo aí?
own.
Pô,
It
galera,
was a
na
costly
moral,
one.
Ratão
They
tá cheio de
almost lost
coisa
it
pra
to,
fazer.
there was a moment there that could have gone wrong, but
Vou botar aqui
Iron will, and rather
como...
nerves of steel is what they are made of. They don't let themselves be rused by the pistols, and good recovery above all else. As we go to another gun round, I mean, USPs, the AWP, Bayek gets caught early. This time he's not the one opping, it's Boget. Yesterday Bayek was opping most of the time and missing a lot of the time, so I know I had a few choice words there, as they will challenge on middle and this time find a few entries. I mean, on pit first and foremost,
então
the
acho que eu consegui.
high aggression, I believe, from Stressar, not really paying off. B-Stick then dying in connector. it will leave Senza with a man
Acho
advantage.
que eu aprendi
This
uma
is a
coisinha
great opportunity for
nova.
them to start establishing their own control to a degree. "50 seconds, and the decision is A. Makes a perfectly normal one. Oof, missed shot by Boget, that's a problem. A player already pushed out Pit, and there's a deep flank in Pit, but surely eventually it's going to be expected by Sinners. They must know that's a possibility, that somebody's already snuck behind them. They don't prevent the prevention of the plant, rather. They don't find the player in Pit, that's a problem. It's going to be Inhuman through stairs, and now Wassup takes his opportunity again to find the second, secure the round, and Senza do actually find their first. That flank, it caught me off guard, let alone Sinners. They weren't expecting anybody to be there just yet. Obviously, with the player just coming out of Pit, that was the best possible scenario you could have ever hoped for. And the timing works indeed in the favor of Senza. Sinners, it's unlucky. Unexpected aggression will do that to you.
Ai, galerinha, vambora, pra cima.
Round 6, and right now we're looking at a very slow start again. I think Sinners just kind of easing out on mid, possibly towards con.
Já voltamos aí, galera.
Played connector multitude of rounds, and he's done a pretty good job at it, so I'm expecting him to possibly play there again. Kisserek alone out of Pit, excuse me, out of Palace. I'm not particularly sure why exactly, but Beastic was behind him this time instead of Beastic shock on mid, and this is a vile entry that right now Sinners don't really have a way to make up for. Good challenge, there's the flash, the shot though, it's a miss, and that's a problem. Drow Ranger, how has he made his way? What? How has he made his way in the back lines of Sinners again? This is like the third time he's been able to sneak behind them. That's absurd. Somebody has to... What? I mean, I saw the push in CT, but then I thought surely he pulled back. I didn't even realize that he was behind their lines all that time. That's how absurd it was. And yeah, the absurdity doesn't end. It's still going to be a 2 versus 3, and Sinners are going to be now on the road towards B. They've got a single defender. If they overwhelm that, I don't know who the hell it is. Apparently it's Inhuman, and he's going to have a great reaction, as that is Beastic falling down to Boge in kitchen, and Shock gonna have to perform a 4K. Ooh, sees the player on site, and Inhuman falls through short. He hears the shots. The miss is enough to give him just a little bit of a clearance. He loses minimal HP compared to what it could have been the case, as Boge is low. 1 bullet will finish the job. 8 seconds. He sees the player on short, but loses the fight. That was the one he had to hit, the headshot. It doesn't go through. And that is Senza on another round. Sinners now forced to potential eco. I think it would be prudent to have one. Beastic with the hero AK, the rest with pistols and Kevlar at best. This will constitute a 3rd round in a row lost if it does come out to be a loss. And no, they instead buy. Oof, the call here. It's a rough one. It's not the wrong call necessarily. The economy for the CTs is weakened. It's not completely gone though, but they will be possibly ecoing the next if they lose. That's a gamble you're playing on here, Sinners. Keep in mind, they themselves will have to eco if they lose, so it's a pretty big double eco almost. It's not double, because luckily this would be a 2.4 loss bonus here, and then the next 2.9. So you're not really in the gutter, but you're not doing yourself any favors, that's for sure. Senza right now holding pretty tightly towards Con, but no utility to speak of, so you have to back off here. Without a smoke, without a Molotov, the fact that you're just holding raw is the raw dogging connector is damn insane. Near insane, in fact, because you can be picked from multiple sides and you have no way of stopping that. Oh! Okay, Drow Ranger just commits like he knows the guy behind the corner personally and wants a few slaps in the face, and that's exactly what happens. This time he gets slapped as Boget picks out top mid. Kisserek gets caught. He's having a tough time. Yesterday, it was his showtime. Today, not so much, on 2 kills only. And what's up? Looking up, expecting meteorites in the form of sinners. Good position for a free kill, especially if there's an opper in kitchen, which again, I don't know if it is. I think it's inhuman. He's usually playing that second B position.
Esse draw cheater
Bônus
mesmo. Qual é
yeah.
RT?
There's
Sei
the
lá,
first,
mano. É o que o
Sarn
vagabundo
finds
fala
Fiat.
aí, né?
Meanwhile, B-Stick
Vagabundo dá uma
again
chorada
organizes
pra
two
ele.
as this assault goes
Tamo
through.
ouvindo
It's
aqui, tamo ouvindo
a
aqui.
fifth
Porra,
round for
tão na
sinners,
missão
surely.
de
Boge,
trampo.
I mean, the fact that you're even attempting an ace clutch is absurd, but going at it towards B, it's absolute madness, coming through short especially.
Verificado.
Five to two. Sinners
Quantas
continue.
cartas pra Laura, mano?
They shouldn't have a problem with, as I said, winning most likely the series, though Senza is showing capabilities beyond belief almost as we go to round 8 here with an AWP again in the hand of Boge. Meanwhile, Sinners avoiding to playing the op at all. I can understand that, respect that. Peppo yesterday had a bit of a slow time with the op. Didn't really do too well. What's up finds B-Stick. It's a free kill on top mid. They did go aggressively as the counter push towards B seems to work pretty well. They're going to be finding out a few. What's up on short? He's taking straight fights. Inhuman hiding behind corners. He's trying to play the time here. He's trying to buy time for his teammates to rotate in. This is what you want to do in a position like this. And uses that timing perfectly. But it's Shock with a double. It's Shock and Stressarn that hold the line. And now Bayek, I mean, what do you do really? It's a 1 versus 2. Gotta keep yourself alive. The lineup is possible, but it doesn't work. Shock goes up for 3.
Trampo vai ser só
Sinners again
corrigir,
rely
mano.
on the individual,
Caralho, mano,
but
meu
it
bagulho tá
is
dando bom aqui,
Shock
mano.
to deliver. And that's what
Já
you love
voltamos aí, rapaziada.
to observe. Get that treatment, baby. 6 to 2. Shock therapy works every single time. As they've reset the economy for the CTs. This is a tough blow. I mean, they are going to have to take a pause. It's not them, it is Sinners to take the timeout, but nonetheless, Senza could use one too. Give yourself a moment, calm down, collect yourself, get ready for the next gun round. It's coming sooner than you think, and it's going to be harder than you think, especially with the wake-up call from Shock and Stressarn. Both are playing at the top of their game, and big props to B-Stick. Gotta give it to the man. He's been doing much better, and seems like, you know, this revitalization of the team has revitalized himself. On the other side, everybody's kind of dragging on. I mean, what's up at 6? Not really anything to shy to, but if they wake up, yesterday, like I said, it was what's up, it was Drow Ranger, and I think Boge had a few great moments as well. They were putting up some crazy numbers, and I'm expecting that today would be no different. Shock, very aggressive, pushing short. And going to be caught by Bayek. He is the one searching, he's the one looking. As they expect the flash, they see it whilst it's being thrown. Peppo finds one, the player in Palace not even going to be engaged. Wait a second. Kisserik lets Drow Ranger push through, kill his teammate Stressarn out. And it's a 3-on-3. There's an AK in play. Make it 2, actually. 1 in CT already. Kisserik needs to be very careful. And oh, he didn't see him pull back. Drow Ranger, that's insane. He's under Palace balcony. No way. Kisserik might think he pulled. Oh, they think he pulled into T-base. No way. That's a big mistake on the side of Sinners, and it will cost them the round, I'm afraid. Surely that is enough now. A Molotov in the hands, and Sinners, they missed Drow Ranger pushing under balcony. He was stepping towards balcony, and somehow Kisserik didn't realize. And still, even when he shot, saw him, I mean, 4-3 resolution, right? That has to be the case. Otherwise, he would have shot at him, surely. I'm guaranteeing that he would have. And oh my goodness, what a cleanup. An eco round. Senza, what the hell? And more like Sinners. The wrong read, the mistake that costs them the round and potentially everything. Damn! With everything and anything that's going on, it's time to see what exactly the plan is now moving onwards. Sinners, I mean, yes, half force buy, something in the mix. Full force buy, doesn't matter. They're sending it B. I love the idea. Kisaric with the entry, the second, the Tech 9, the magic Tech 9. And imagine that at one point it had, I believe, 28 bullets and then 24, and now it's on 18, right? It had an insane amount of bullets, or was it 32? Like, I know that the first iteration of Tech 9 was insane, not to mention how accurate. That's just a mini AK for real. Oh boy. The golden days of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, really, at one point. But this retake, not going to work. I mean, you're going up against a strong afterplant. You're going up against a crossfire. You're going up against Sinners. This is too much to handle for even skilled teams to get through. As Bayek trying to be cheeky. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be round done. Dusted, completed, gone. 7-3. Sinners looking to close this out with a 9-3 lead, potentially. Surely. More will be said from the side of Senza. Boga with the AWP again. Tries to open up the smoke, but that is a predictable round, a predictable move, and the pre-fire does not even need to be properly aimed at. Kisarek finds Inhuman. The B site now suffering quite a bit leaky behavior. Oh no. That's the C4. Hold up. Sinners, what have you done? Big mistake. Shock and Kisarek alone pushing forward, costing them the round potentially here. That's the C4 dropped on site or even in apps, whatever it is. That's a problem, and a big one. Timing for WhatsApp could not have been better. I think B-Stick should have heard this, though. Both of them, really. Question is, Sinners, all three are coming through the same position. Nice nades. Stressarn saving that util till the end, but they try to get out and they get caught. Drow Ranger and Bayek. Drow Ranger. Counter-terrorists win. Interesting. Crosshair positioning into the smoke instead of to the side from the get-go, but 7-4. Round 12. Let's see an 8-4 or a 5-7. If 5-7 happens, Senza is going to be a decent half position for this next half coming up. If an 8-4 happens, well, Sinners are going to be ready to win the map by just winning the pistol alone almost, as they push out into A. This is a fast and furious approach, and they will lose the first. B-Stick is traded, though. Shock with a deagle, and the shutdown complete. Spots the player in Cubby as well. There's the burn. Resarn trying to take this fight head on. Shock will find Biek. Another nade will find Shock, but the deagle connects. Beppo winning maneuver right here. Stressarn has 15 HP, meaning that they have to be very careful what they do next. The bomb plant has to be the priority. Get that bomb down sooner rather than later. They are waiting for a little bit. They have time to kill, but yes, Stressarn getting caught, that's a problem. And without a bomb tick, Beppo now has to play this to heart, and he has to win this by... Oh my god, the timing! Beppo turns around, but it's not enough! Wassab walks into him, and he gets him. Senza will get the last one, 5-7. Here we go. 5-7. Decent enough of a first half. We'll see if they continue in the same manner. 5-7 can be salvaged into more. Much more, in fact. All depends on what the game plan is. Next up, another pistol. This is it, folks. This is the one that decides the fate right now of potentially Mirage, especially in terms of Senza. Pistols are always difficult. They're always going to come at a price, and right now they're coming at a big price. As Senza pushes B, they're looking for a free kill. They're not going to find any. Peppo finds two. B-Stick with another in between, and it seems to be enough. Stressarin, whilst dying, still gives himself a dying wish to win the round itself. As the trade-off happens, it's B-Stick and Beppo to hold. Beautifully done. The best possible scenario you could really be in if you're Sinners. As for Senza, as I said, this pistol would signify their return. It's not over yet. They haven't planted, though, so an eco should be in play. Anything but an eco will be a mad choice here. A madman's choice, really. And this is something I mentioned yesterday, if you guys recall, and ladies and girls and all in between. They bought Deagles as well. I think they bought Deagles likewise, like here, leaving themselves with little cash to go with. And I know they'll have enough. Yes, they'll have 3,700, give or take. It's a mad choice. I just can't find reason for it. Shock finds Drow Ranger. And he's going to clean this up. And why would you buy Deagles? A $700 weapon for nothing. I mean, maybe you're going to get a shot in. I'm not saying you're not. But come on. All five? Everybody? That feels like a far stretch and a half. And Shock is looking for the ace. Oh, he saw him. Yeah. E-Stick. It's like, nah, Shock, not on my watch. So that means never. But yeah, look, 3,700, 3,700, 3,700, and 3,000, almost 700. I mean, it's... Yeah, look at the utility, guys. Like, what are you doing? I'm sorry, but that is not a great choice. You're playing an eco for a reason. You gotta have above $2,000 just to make even, to get a buy going. What are you going to do here? You have one smoke, one molly, one nade, and one flash. I mean, this is a straight-up run to A, if you ask me. That's what I'd do. And that's likely what they might try, as there will be counter-aggression on mid. They're putting a few players top mid as well. Presence in apps indicates that they're going to try and fight for maybe control of B, or perhaps just swing fast through lower. Bomb still drop towards apps, though. So it could be anything, really, right now, given the circumstances. Split A, yeah, fine, but where's the bomb? Gotta bring the bomb. Kisarek finds Drow Ranger in pit, that's a problem. Now your Palace player is likely isolated. The spot now on middle under con as well kind of confirms the idea for Sinners. Okay, you're splitting through mid, maybe you're going A, maybe you still can vie off to B. We'll leave the B anchor, we'll bring another player towards A. That's what we can do, and that's what they do. Retake B. They're confident in it. Boget finds Kisarek. The timing from Palace has been perfect. In window, Stressarin expects what's up. As Bayek, I mean, they know he's in con, most likely. There were two players spotted on mid earlier, and yeah, Oh, Bayek even shoots prematurely. Will burn out Stressarin, but it's a 1v2 now. It's the hero play. He knows the player on site is active. It's Shock. Oof, the angle for Shock not the greatest. Bayek and triple. He's still widening. Shock avoiding death. Certain death indeed. But the duel against Shock is not going to go easy. And that is another round for Sinners. And that's what I was talking about the Deagles. That's why I mention economy so much. That is not a good management of economy. And that's it. You do not buy Deagles. Best P250s, really. It's a cheap pistol for a great performance. And they buy again. They go for a half buy. Well, not a half buy. They go for a little buy. and a Mech 10. No utility. Again. I'm sorry, lads, but that's madness. I mean, this is an absurdity. You're not even trying, really, if that's how you're playing. It's free pickings for sinners. They're too skilled to let them, for this to scare them. And a force buy here just, I think, brings a massive smile on B-Stick's, mouth, on B-Stick's face. Like, it's... Any IGL would be absolutely happy to have seen a force buy again and again and again, because he knows exactly what that means. It means it's the end of this map, because Senza might have given up themselves already if this is how they decide to play their last few rounds of the T side. It's madness. Come on, lads. No utility at all. You need to shift walk into sites to get them. And yes, great entry. V-Stick will fall. But there's Trisarn on short. He's got an off angle himself. He catches another player off guard. You're already down 3. What do you do now? A 2 versus 4 after plant on B? I mean, yes, it can work, but you need to take fights. You need to take positional advantage. You have neither short nor kitchen, nor even apps. This is a lost cause before it began. Bayek, he's going to try to go big, though. And unfortunately, he goes home. Elimination match, by the way. Excuse me, no, what am I talking about? This is progression match. It's the 2-0 match, so the winner takes all match. Winner here qualifies for the next stage. Loser goes into the Decider Series. The Decider Series, of course, happening in 2 days' time? 3 days' time? I need to double check real fast. Yeah, so on the 27th, the Decider Series of the group stages will be played. Not for all, but for most. Which is against Ex-Sabre. They won against Dinamo Eklot, eliminating them. And Ex-Sabre will be waiting for the loser of this series to play against, to decide the second spot in the close qualifier of Group A. To those that don't know, this is Group A. This is the close qualifier for the CCT Series 4 Season 3. We are continuing our 2025th season. It's been a wild ride this year, by the way, and I'm very happy to be here for it. I hope you're all enjoying it. We're going through some major changes. I think you've all already seen some of them, and notably the fact that we've switched from Twitch to Kick. And additionally, we are going to be changing up a few more things. All in due time, but... there it is, number 12. It's as simple as it gets here for Sinners. As I said, just a league of their own when it comes to quality, and there is no denying that. Oh, he even spots the weapon in Human's barrel shown. And that will be the end, I think. There will be another half-assed buy, but at this point they've achieved to nothing, and they'll amount to nothing in this map, unfortunately. It's too much of a difference to see this as a believable comeback. As I said, some of the players on the side of Senza have to wake up. Drow Ranger, Wassup, Boge, they have to get more kills. We are at 12 and 11 on 2, but on the other side you got Shock on 23. So if you can't manage to top that or get at least near that, you're already basically halfway out the door. Last round potentially for this first map, and I think it is going to be the last round as Beppo finds Drow Ranger. And there you have it, folks. That is most likely the signalization for the end. Look at the split attack again, by the way. I still can't wrap my head around this logic. You put 2 players on B, you put 1 on mid. The first on mid rushes, then the 2 players on B just slow poke and lose 1 and do nothing. It's such a disheveled strategy. It's really not a strategy that we get to see very often. And it does feel like this has to be set up a little bit better, unfortunately. And there we have it. That is going to be map 1 done. we are going to be jumping into a short intermezzo beforehand. But before we do that, just to kind of bring you up to speed to where we are currently in all of this. As I said, ahead of us, still the group stage of the close qualifier, aka we got Group A, B, D, and C, C and D. Right now, Group A, right here, we're determining the winner of this group. So whoever will be the 2-0 scoreline. Sinners looking pretty strong. Next map is going to be Dust, the choice of their opposition. We'll see if they can work out a win, but it's looking unlikely. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Stay tuned as we continue the CCT tour. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to see our second map, Dust 2, now on the board. Dust 2 has been always a legendary map and has always been a bit of a thorn in the side of certain teams. Unfortunately for Sinners, they are one of those certain teams. Dust 2 has never been an amazing map for them, but perhaps the future is now. And indeed, let's see it as we go to our first round. It's Senza on the T side. Glocks are ready to play, as well as the USPs on the other side. Shock with the dualies, the rest fielding USPs and Kevlar. Well, whoever can afford Kevlar. Some might not. Very, very slow attack towards A. They're taking their sweet time, approaching it carefully, looking to be a bit more nuanced. Drow Ranger finds Kisarek. It's Beastic and Peppo to reply. Damage is severe, but it's nothing close to winning yet. Bogem finds Beastic. The trades-off are happening, but they're not going in their favor. And it's going to be a 3v3. Peppo on 7, that's a problem. Damage dished. Bogem finds another. Great pickup. Now you can see Bayek does find Shock. Peppo will finish the job of, getting one more, sure, but that's not what you're looking for. That's not what's going to win you games, or rather rounds. As Senza do win the pistol. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Senza that pick it up. That's a great start. I think nobody can complain about that. Opening perfectly there. And it will give them a little bit of a way in on our first map. Or since our first map, excuse me. Where they were a little bit rocky. It was a little bit troublesome. It didn't go exactly as planned as they'd hoped. We see the force buy in return from the side of Sinners. Not exactly everything they'd look for as well. They are able to get 2. Bomb has just been planted, so there is a world where this round could have gone a bit differently, though we can see that's not what they choose to go for. Understandably. They'll save whatever they've been able to keep themselves composed. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. AK, Galil, Famas, and maybe buy another weapon. Maybe that's what they go for. We'll see if Sinners are going to bring up the heat. Ladies and gents, we're in the second map. It is Series 4 here of the CCT. You're watching Season 3. Yes, it's Season 3. It's been that long. We've been here for quite a while. Great opener. Checking pit. Not checking blue. Bit of a mistake. But the job is done. As that will suffice. Densa, I think, might have found another round here. Could very well be a 3-0 start soon enough here. I mean, Peppo, there's no point in trying this. He knows. Same for Kisarek. Even with the kit, even with the Molotov. Peppo has no Kevlar, and there's a lot more to lose than to gain in a scenario like this. So you play it safe, you keep yourself composed, and that's about it. That's about as good as it gets. All in all, does look like this is gonna put Senza quite ahead of the curve. Possibly looking at a At a decent, maybe 5-1, 6-1 start for Senza if this continues. Keep in mind, there's a lot that can go wrong in a single moment. And Sinners could quickly turn out to be on the losing side here. But again, it is Dust, as we said before. It's not exactly a map they're extremely fond of or were historically fond of. So everything so far, nothing perhaps rather surprising just yet. They'll take a moment to get themselves situated and then we'll see what's what really. Round 4. Full buy. We got the op for Peppo. So perhaps speaking of, you know, what's what and how they get themselves situated, this is definitely one of those rounds where they do have to get situated. Sinners are being very careful, very meticulous, making sure they check out exactly they might have had in store in the back lines. As Drow Ranger, what's up? They reply, Sinners, as careful as they might have been. They've already lost B, they've already lost middle, and now they'll have to fight for it again, and this time from a very tough position. Kisrick at least gets Boga. That actually makes things a lot easier, a lot more understanding. Perhaps from this position now, Sinners can make a way into B. Surely they'll attempt that. It's what I'd be expecting, if I'm honest with you all. It's a 3-on-3. Surely retake this B, and try to retake it, rather. You have nothing to lose, honestly. So, attempting it would only be logical, if I may say so myself. Peppo, the only one alive, as the retake, in fact, does not succeed. And that is going to be all she wrote, as some like to say. Not a big fan of that expression. I mean, it's super definitive. I guess that's the whole point. So maybe that's why I'm not a big fan of it, because nothing is ever as definitive. The only thing in life is death. The only thing guaranteed, I guess, in life is death, really. But, in any case, here we go. Once again. Ends up. Looking to spread through middle. They're doing a pretty good job at it. Nope. Just find Boga. It's a trade-off, and they know they're pushing through short. They've just been spotted, a lot of them. They know exactly what they're dealing with. Question is, can they deal with it before it's too late? What's up? 1v2. Far from ideal. But he does get the bomb down. That's quite an achievement, I should say, in itself. Unfortunately, the achievement ends there, as the round is done. And that's all there really is to it. Sinners, they returned fire. It took them a while. Took them a little bit of opposition. Seems like they had to get warmed up a bit, and now we see them back in full force. At least much better prepared than what we'd seen from the get-go. From 4-1, from 4-0 to 4-1, Senza, those rounds, they made quick work of them. They pass us like it's nothing. And up next for us is now going to be an attempt from Senza to try and continue that, let's say, superiority. They certainly will try, that's a fact. Question is, do they succeed? AWP for Bayek. I'm just surprised that legitimately a lot of teams are just switching out their oppers. Not a lot, but what am I saying? Not a lot, but like the teams are switching out their opper this eagerly, this much. You know, it's quite unusual, should I say. Exactly. As Bayek finds shock, though. Perhaps that's the unusual part. But regardless, what they find and how it goes. Draw Ranger will finish the job. It's Senza, as I said, quick on the trigger, quick to return the fire, and they are right back where they started, back in the lead. 5-1 as the second map continues. Dust 2 being a hassle and a half. A lot left to be desired from the start here for Sinners. Half buy, half investment. Nice little crunch into upper halls B. Love it. Actually gets a kill. You know, gets a kill, gets a rifle out of it. So this is not the worst part, or not the worst thing. Having traded one player for that. Yeah, I think you take that trade. Kisser finds Drow Ranger. Now this pickup becomes a little bit more interesting, a little bit more dastardly. This could work. Inhuman does return, but it's a 3-on-3, and if they play their cards right, they could do more. Peppo gets caught, though. That's super unfortunate, as Peppo. I would think that he would survive longer. Now, Stressaran does bring it back to a 2v2 yet again. Still vying for control, still playing for survival, if you will. And well, they're done. Once again, successfully holding on to their advantage. 6-1, they continue this advantage, and it's only going to get worse from here, I'm afraid. Once again, Senza, the entries are theirs. It's just every single entry really does go their way here. Continuously putting pressure on their position and just able to control the sky here. Or rather the map, the flow of the map, if you will, better. Because that's exactly what's happening. And there is not much that you can do if you are Sinners right now. Dust 2, it's a dangerous combo, especially for a team that is, I will say, as freshly brewed as Senza is. AKA, this is a Pugger's paradise. Obviously, a team that is mostly built on aim, you know, is going to have a field day here. And that's what I'd expect. That's honestly what I'd, you know, pretty much think of myself, really. That's what I'd avoid, if I'm honest. I'd rather take Overpass than Dust 2 over a team, you know, if I'm in Sinner's position. The fact that they're playing this map, confidence or not, it might cost them. And they might not like it. I mean, surely they won't like it, but at this point, they've already committed to the bit, right? As round 9 is here, and what's up again finds an entry. I mean, this is an anti-eco, so there's not really much to think of, much to be concerned of. Pretty simple, really. Very clean execution overall. Very clean and easy win. 8-1. Maybe another. Oh, Kisarek, hello. Okay, okay, Kisarek. I like that. That feels better. That feels a bit more convincing. Sure, sure, sure. Absolutely, I'll take that. And I think anybody would. Though again, far from what... is going to give you a win, right? That's the problem. Even with beautiful rounds like this, it does not change the fact that you're still losing by a big margin. Dust2 starting poorly. Sinners in trouble. A third map potentially on the board. Absolutely. I don't think it's avoidable soon enough. A mistake or two more and we might just land there already. So we'll see what exactly the plan is once we get there. Gun round that Sinners desperately need. There's no other way to put it. If you're Sinners, you win this gun round, or you might as well start giving up on this second map. Legitimately, it's troublesome enough as it is, and I don't think you want to try it. I don't know what to say, but it's entries like these that give you a bit of a squeak in the wheel here, as pretty much... I think the server crashed, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the server crashed. Yeah, I think the server crashed. We'll get... And we are back. A bit of a server crash, and we just switched it out, and we're back to normal. So everything continues, excuse me, as we get ready for our potentially third map already here. I mean, hell, that's what it's looking like. So don't quote me on that, but it might as well be true because it's certainly not far from it. As we can see ourselves, it's been a bit of a hectic moment here and a half. Not everything going exactly according to plan for Sinners. And again, and again, and again, they keep losing these entries. It is getting out of this world. Astrasaran defends on B, they get traded with Drow Ranger, and now Shock. I mean, what do you do here? How do you win? What do you do to win? You know, that's the question that I think is on everybody's mind, and there really is no answer. It's... I'm afraid it's a potentially done deal. Quite honestly. I have a hard time seeing how you make a comeback this strong. I mean, maybe it's a statement, maybe it's the way they go about this, but somehow it feels like that's not gonna work. I don't know. It's just mad. It's mad what it is, and I didn't expect this. I genuinely did not expect this. I thought that Sinners are going to have a much easier time, and we have mass amounts of lag happening again. I'm not sure what is happening. We are going to go to a break. And we are right back. Not sure how we are losing a little bit of that server connection, but it is happening. Not much we can do. And we can see already here, it's about to be 11-1. I mean, this is a disaster. Sinners-wise, this is a big disaster. You're expecting, as Sinners, I think you're expecting a win here. And not a problematic one, but a pretty easy one. And maybe... some people will call me crazy for that. I feel like it's just supposed to be normal. You know, I think that is just normal. So, I don't know what the hell the next plan of action will be, but there better be a plan. Or this is all going to start falling apart very soon. As, I mean, win this second... win the second pistol and turn it around. I could say that. I could say, you know, get lucky. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like this is... it's not looking good, is what it feels like, is what I'm trying to get at. And... not sure how. I'm not sure why. I'd expect more. I generally would expect more from Sinners on Dust, even if it is not their strongest suit, as I said. We're gonna go to another break, perhaps, if the server keeps acting up. I'm not sure what's happening, but I guess we'll be back ASAP. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We return into action. It's going to be our second map still continuing. It's so far a disaster. Sinners have lost the pistol. And it does look like they might lose more. But they force up towards B. And they will try to aggress towards B and get something going. Respectfully so. Trying to get lucky. And oh, what? How does Drow Ranger get through that window position? Nobody was watching. I don't know how nobody was watching, but apparently nobody was. And yeah, there we have it. I think we're about to end. Potentially, this retake could succeed, though. No way. No way he's actually going to get it, isn't he? I think he's about to get it, folks. I'm joking. Obviously, he's not, since he's ran out of time, but holy hell, that was closer call than it should have been. Regardless, can't say this has been a great performance. It hasn't. I'd be lying. It's been an abysmal one for Sinners, and as for Senza, I mean, they just made all the right calls, if that makes sense. If we can even say that. It's been a bit of an awkward one, I will say. It's definitely been a bit of an awkward one. Rebuy. And re-aggression towards long. Ooh, they're losing a few players here and there. Countering through the smoke, trying their best. They are getting closer and closer. Kisarek finds what's up. So there is that. Borg and Bayek. And they will be gone in a moment, as we can see. They are gone. A bit too much to handle there for them. Bayek, I don't know, saving, hoping to save. I don't know what exactly he's hoping to, but not like he's gonna do much saving this Kevlar. I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna save, because they are gonna plant A and he's gonna try and stop this, maybe get a win. Not saying that he... if he... No, wait. Okay, no. Okay. I guess saving wasn't the right word, but rather just, you know, hoping to get lucky. I guess that could have been the case. He could have done it. There was a world where he could have pulled an amazing clutch out of a round like this. That certainly would have been a sight to see. But alas. Nice. Another eco. 12-4 most likely, right? That's what we can expect. Not even a stack, just kind of switching it up a little bit. One there, the other there, you know. Bit of a mixed bag of choices here. B-Stick finds Drow Ranger for free. That should tell you enough, as it is. Boga dies. What's up beside him behind a very weak corner. And that is going to be number 4, as expected. Shouldn't come as a surprise, indeed. Eight more rounds in a row, do we believe? Because that would be a pretty mad clutch to pull off. To the question, why are they called Senza? From what I understand, that is the new organization that has picked up this roster. They were previously called ROSY on on HLTV or whatever roster they were previously had playing. Now, as we can see, called Senza. As I said, youngsters, unknown youngsters that are popping off, that are winning games that many don't expect them to win, for good reason, because they're playing against teams and players that usually it's a near impossibility to win, especially when they're that good. So definitely a few question marks here and there. A lot to be answered for yet, but perhaps the answer we're looking for is on that third map, as we're approaching the final map here of this first best of three, third best of three of the day, and first one for me at least. That's what got me so riled up. As mentioned, we're probably looking at a pretty simple solution here, or rather ending. Shouldn't really be any doubt that it's about to end. Or is it? Holy, maybe that doubt that I might have had a little bit of. Completely unfounded, goddamn. Okay. Beestick finds Bogen, never mind. Sinners, what is this? Comeback of the age, comeback of the century. Whatever it will be, whatever it is, it better pick up speed soon. Half bite. Pistols and Kevlar and Bayek waiting on short, catching Beestick, who was a little bit too quick for his own good, hoping to get a bit of a lucky break. In fact, got broken instead. At least shock. We'll make sure that the mistake there won't be repeated. Giserek replies. And Draw Ranger and Borgem think they know they're done for. This is going to be a very difficult return if they thought they had any. Sarn does find Draw Ranger. And I'm not sure whether or not we're just delaying the inevitable, or are we genuinely entertaining the idea that this comeback can happen. Because at this point, any more rounds than what they have right now, and we might be starting to believe it. Or I might start to believe it, honestly. So Sarn finds Boget. 6 more rounds, folks. 6 more rounds. Now tell me you don't believe. Oof, love the push by Bogain to lower. Might actually work as quite a nice of a surprise. And he will find Beestick. Another find on the IGL. Beestick had been caught quite a few times already in positions like this. And look at the spread that they pulled. They've got upper B-Halls control. They have short, deep control. Borge finds shot. Kisser gets caught. And this might be it. Bjak, yep, gets Beppo. And this definitely is going to be it. That is going to be round done. This is a near impossibility now for the salvage as the comeback is concluded. And so is map number 2. Dust 2 is going to go in the hands of none other than Senza. We're looking at Ancient next, if I'm not mistaken. Honestly, I mean, now I'm starting to get some doubts. Now I'm starting to feel a bit wonky here. It feels like things are going a lot worse than predicted. Sinners losing convincingly, decisively. And I hope they have a plan moving forward as we get ready for our next map. Stay tuned, 15 minutes, and we'll be seeing you.
Qual é, rapaziada? Tem alguém aí? Quem tava assistindo esse jogão aí? Passar a visão pra vocês. A live por hoje tá chegando ao final. Obrigado a todo mundo que assistiu aí. Tamo junto até terça, né? Fui!